Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome to February's meeting of the Planning West Committee. We are not expecting a fire drill today, so if the alarm sounds, please leave the building by the fire exit doors and gather behind the court, which is the meeting point for that. The meeting is being recorded and will be streamed to YouTube. Therefore, any members of the public present should be aware that they may be recorded even if they are not participating in the meeting. If this causes you any concern, we need to let our clerk know now. Anybody with any concerns? Good. Okay. Now, using my discretion as chair, public speakers will be allowed longer to speak if registered to speak on the multiple Staple Grove applications, and we'll all be able to speak on item 5, covering all points on items 6, 7, 8 at once. However, if anything comes up during the debate or discussion, and members of the public feel they would like to say more, I will allow this, provided, of course, it's not a straight repetition of things that have already been said. So you'll have to attract my attention. I will call people back because I want everybody to have had the opportunity to speak on the item. These 3 applications are so inextricably linked, it would be actually technically quite difficult to split them up into 3 meaningful discussions without tying ourselves up in knots. So that's the way I've decided to play it. Okay. Now, before we start the meeting, I'd like to pay public thanks to Alison Blom-Cooper, as it's Alison's last meeting with us. I've learned an enormous amount since Alison came here, and I would like to thank her personally and wish you every success with your future. Great joy. Thank you. Okay, so item 1 on our agenda, apologies for absence. Josh.
Thank you, Chair. I believe we have Marcus Crabbs in subbing, but he's no longer here. So apologies from Councillor Ross Henley and Councillor Rosemary Woods. I don't think there's anybody else. Councillor Wren's going to be attending late as well, I think.
Excellent. Right, no subs. Right. The minutes from the previous meeting on the 27th of January. Is it to your wish that I sign those as a true record of that meeting, councillors? Yep, lovely, thank you. No, that's that done. That's the paperwork up together. Okay, declarations of interest. Are there any declarations from committee members other than your standard declarations? Nick?
Well, apart from the standard that I'm the division member for Staple Grove, but I did actually also attend one of the residents' public meetings that they held last week, but I made no comment.
And also the other original member, right? Okay, other than those, I'm not seeing any others. No, okay, excellent. Public question time, I'm not aware of any, Josh?
Correct, Chair, just in the applications themselves.
Okay, thank you. In that case, we'll move on to item 5, which is 3424-0295, Staple Grove West. It's phase 1. It's Staple Grove West, north of Staple Grove Road, Taunton. Reserve matters for the Northern Ecology Buffer, public open space, drainage and landscaping, which will lead us on into the other bits and pieces as we know. So presenting officer is Simon Fox. So Simon, good afternoon.
Do you need to explain it?
Good afternoon, Chair. Afternoon, everyone. So the next 3 items on the agenda relate to the Staple Grove Garden community off of Staple Grove Road in Taunton. As the Chair referred, they are all linked. Hopefully this plan goes some way to illustrate how they are linked. So each colour on this plan denotes the extent of the applications, but also the extent of the individual applications. So in green, we have the green infrastructure application, which will be the first one to be presented. That's 38240295. And then in blue, we have the first stretch of Spine Road, which is 38250230. And then the final application of the three is relating to the housing on phase one, which is application 38250319. So these opening slides will talk about the Stable Grove site as a whole before I go into the individual presentations on each of the applications. Members will be aware of the Stable Grove site through various presentations that I've given over the last couple of years, seemingly related to the Section 73 outline, which was presented in late 24, and then the later design guide that was approved in July of last year. We also had a retaining wall application on Staple Grove Road, which was decided during the summer of last year as well. So these applications are the latest applications on the site for detailed proposals. As members will also be aware, or may be aware, that development has started on the site by the creation of the access onto the site. So Staple Grove as an entire allocation is allocated via the core strategy. It sets out as a major site for the town. We know now that the site is divided into two halves, west and east. West has full outline permission for which these are now the reserve matters, whilst the east is still at the outline stage and hopefully will be refreshed during the remainder of this year and brought before committee before the turn of the year. The application at West had an outline for 713 dwellings, of which 242 are going to be presented today. So this is the entire allocation, west to the west, east to the east, green wedge in the middle, if I dare say that word today. This is the 2019 approved master plan for West. This was the combined master plan of East and West. And then in 2025, a Section 73 application was approved, which modified some aspects of the layout of the master plan and also changed the delivery mechanism for the main spine road, which connects Staple Grove Road to Kingston Road. The Section 73 also included this phasing plan. The site is surrounded by a special landscape feature, so the application site is this white land to the south, and this purple area indicates a special landscape feature which wraps around the falling ground to the north and to the west. This western leg is actually within the application site. As I remarked last summer, we also approved this application for a retaining wall as a part and parcel of the Staple Grove Road junction works. Those works are currently underway. So with regard to the first application, this relates to the area known as the northern buffer, the green infrastructure area along the northern edge of the site, and the Mill Lane field to the west. So the green area shown on this plan. Effectively, this application is a series of landscaping proposals for planting, for land manipulation, and in the case of the Mill Lane field, which is situated here on the aerial photograph, which is due north of the Silk Mills roundabout and adjacent to the Cross Keys pub on the Cross Keys roundabout on the Minehead Road, includes the forming of an attenuation basin to receive surface water drainage from the main site, and also some land sculpting to provide flood compensation measures related to the back stream, which runs between the Cross Keys pub and the application site. So the series of landscape drawings incorporate the land either side of Mill Lane, which is through here on the left-hand drawing, and then incorporates the land either side of the main access road, which is here. The brown demarcation is the route of the to-be undergrounded power lines. So we will see on photographs a bit later that there are two pylons that sit on this higher ground adjacent to Staple Grove Road. Those two pylons are due to be joined by two further pylons in the form of termination towers, which take those power lines and put them underground. And then that follows this brown corridor across the to be built main street, and then returning along the whole of the northern boundary. So you can see here on these landscaping drawings that significant areas of landscaping are proposed. It should also be noted that there's also an area or substantive areas of landscaping that have been removed already to facilitate the junction works. So moving along the northern edge, the houses here are just shown for illustrative purposes. The coloured area is the scope of the application. And you can see here that the northern buffer is characterised by a thick, dense and deep line of planting, which sits to the north of the easement corridor where the underground power lines are to be buried. I should point out that this same application, if you like, for the northern buffer and the Mill Lane field was actually initially approved in November of 22 by the previous owners of the site or previous controllers of the site. And this application has been refreshed by the now owners of the site, Bloor Homes. So moving along the northern buffer, you can see that effectively it's a big line of densely planted woodland. The primary purpose of this is for bat mitigation related to the significant bat roost at Hestercombe House. And as part of the HRA process for the outline, the harm to that bat population was mitigated by this proposed planting. The northern buffer also acts as a area of public open space. So the easement area where the power lines will be seeded with grass, wildflowers, and will have a hogging path running along it. So it creates permeability around the outer edge of the site. This is going over Rectory Road towards Whitmore Lane, where it sort of then creates a bit of a head up against Whitmore Lane, which is located here. Within this head of planting will be a proposed bat house to provide further mitigation and enhancement of the bat habitat. This plan illustrates the proposed phasing of that significant area of landscaping. So in order to comply with a planning condition on the outline, some 5.88 hectares, which is the area in green, will be planted between October of this year and March of next year, subject to permission today, of course. The red area will be delivered in the following planting season, so from October 27 onwards. That amounts to 1.68 hectares. And then the remaining smaller area, shown in blue here, will be delivered in the following planting season after that, so from October 28. The purple dot, the orange dot here signifies the location of the bat house, which is to be constructed in October or by October 27, as required by planning condition 17 on the outline. So that's the phasing of the landscaping. I've got some photographs. This shows the cutting into the site from Staple Grove Road. You can see there the pylons that will be joined by termination towers in the near future. Looking down towards the Mill Lane field, works are underway here to start that land sculpting that I described, looking down towards the back stream. This is the A358. This is looking from the A358 virtually on top of the back stream, looking back towards the Mill Lane field. They've got a couple of dwellings here which look out onto the field. And then you can start seeing the remainder of the site here beyond Mill Lane on the horizon. You can also see further pylons on the horizon, which will be, okay, I think someone's just taking control of my presentation and shut it down. Right, it's the press. It's the press what did it. I expect a glowing write-up now. Yeah, so I was just referring to the fact there are pylons, other pylons on the horizon. And of course, as part of that undergrounding, there are several other pairs of pylons across Staple Grove West, which will be removed. So there's benefits to the wider landscape in terms of the removal of those pylons. That is a separate process from this particular application, supervised by the utility company. This is a view looking towards the site entrance along Staple Grove Road. See here where the excavations have started to take place. So in terms of update to the report, the LLFA is satisfied that the amount of storage provided in terms of floodplain storage is above that that's required. So that's positive. And there is still condition 8 of the outline, which requires full surface water scheme to be agreed prior to the commencement of works. Because this application mostly revolves around planting, there isn't an inert sort of, or there isn't a significant flood risk issue caused because there's no impermeable surface. And to that extent, the amount of trees that are being planted will have have a benefit towards flood risk elsewhere. But in the Mill Lane field, where we do have an attenuation basin to serve the built form on the site, and with the flood compensation, the LLFA are content, and the condition will still bite and need to be agreed prior to those works commencing. So on this application, Chair, the recommendation is that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions listed at Appendix 1. Do you wish me to carry on with the next presentation, or yeah? Or are there any factual questions that need to be answered after that? Maybe that would be the best way to do it if there are any points of clarification.
Anybody got any quick questions before we move on to the next one? Not? No. Please, yes, could you use the microphone? No, well, it's not, the light's not come on. You'll have to come to the public speaker. It needs to be a point of order because otherwise.
Thank you, Chair. The point of order is the first document shown in the presentation is from October 25. That document has been changed. The turning head, which is shown in that drawing, has since been moved. The turning head is shown opposite to my home address, which has now been moved. So it is an out-of-date document, and I have already written in to say that it is incorrect. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Madam. Simon Fox, please.
As I indicated, this is for an indication purposes to show the breakdown of the 3 applications. I then go into the detailed plans, which are those listed in the recommendation. This plan is not listed as an approved plan or a to be approved plan. It's purely illustrative to aid the members to know where the 3 applications lie, but happy to have that point clarified.
Thank you for that clarification. And when we reach the point where we have a slide showing the moved turning head, perhaps you don't make it clear.
Don't worry, I certainly have. So the second application is 38250230. So this is reserved matters for the first stretch of Spine Road, which connects from the section 278 works at Staple Grove Road and extends into the site and just over Rectory Road. That's the blue area on this indicative plan. So the proposed to be approved plan, red line plan, is this. which is why I showed the other one, because it actually shows it in more context. So the red line includes the Spine Road, an offshoot, which is an agricultural access to retained agricultural land, the area around Rectory Road, which includes the aforementioned turning head, and an attenuation basin to serve that stretch of Spine Road with surface water drainage. The plans, like the other application, was all planting. This application is all road. So we have this road corridor starting from the end of the 278 works, going up over the hill, where we have cycleway on the outer edge, on the western edge, a crossing point, and then the cycleway continuing on the south side. And you can see that here in the extract on the right-hand side. This area here, this crossing, forms a gateway to the development, and you'll be able to see that in coincidence with the housing in the third item. But the general construct of the Spine Road is from right to left, if you like, a cycleway, a verge with street trees, the carriageway, verge, and then the footway on the outer edge. The reason the cycleway is located on the south side is because that most of the directions of travel from dwellings will be to the south, using the myriad of different connection points that exist, whether that be through this main entrance onto Staple Grove Road, via the public right-of-way, which is also the Westing Way onto Manor Road, or in the case of this application, onto Rectory Road. So it made sense to have the main corridor for walking and cycling on the south side so that people can access those southerly routes easier than having to cross over every time. Plus, the bulk of the housing is also on the south side. If I go on to the next stretch, you'll notice that there are various what we call nodal points along the Spine Road, and these are indicated by a change in surfacing material, in this case paving. This paving will be sat on a low raised table and generally coincides with an area of open space or some event along the Spine Road to aid traffic calming and create interest. You'll see on the next slide, I think it is, here an extract of the stretch of road that goes through Raghill Park. So Raghill Park is here on the north side, which will be a play area. That nodal point with its change in surfacing, its crossing points of, in this case, the public right-of-way, and the bus stops, which have been of previous interest to councillors when we debated the design guide. So this is an interesting sort of nodal point within the development where people will come to use the play area to catch a bus and to cycle through on the cycle link. There are landscaping drawings which will follow, which show the street tree and planting within the verges. Here they are. So all the way along, there are street trees on both sides. Instead of, because it's quite a long stretch of road, and we're seeing the sort of evolution, if you like, of this approach in placemaking. What I was keen to do is imbue some extra character into the development, and this has been supported roundly by Bloor and from their consultants in showing varieties in planting along that verge. So instead of having meters and meters worth of just grass that's trimmed within an inch of its life, there will be other grasses, other plants that add visual interest and other biodiversity interests all the way along, which will give Staple Grove its uniqueness as opposed to other developments that are coming forward. That same nodal point that I showed with the surfacing materials through Raghill Park is now illustrated here with the park and with the street trees. And the coloration on the verge here, you can see, is a particular grass and a herbaceous mix, which, as I say, gives that distinction and character throughout the development. That pattern is sort of repeated, albeit not sort of formulaically across the whole of the Spine Road corridor. There are vehicle crossovers on the north side where housing will be predominantly semi-detached, so you have driveways and parking to the sides of those properties. On the south side, where the cycleway is, there are fewer crossovers, and the parking to those properties is generally located to the rear. And what that means is that we only have a couple side roads on the south of the Spine Road, so it ensures that the cycleway is as continuous as possible and is not interrupted every 5 meters with a potential road crossing. Where the cycleway does cross a side road, let's go back to here. Here, if I show this example here, where the cycleway does cross a side road, it is a continuous cycleway. And that means that vehicles approaching along the side road, from the side road, have to stop short of the cycleway. That's their first give way, if you like. And then only if it's clear can they proceed over to then review the visibility in each direction to pull out. So this is at the very heart of the placemaking principles in terms of prioritising pedestrians and cyclists. It's obviously now been sort of ratified, if you like, or it's been brought more mainstream by the changes to the highway code, where if you're turning into the side road, you've got to give way to pedestrians who are ready to cross. So what this will do is put cyclists and pedestrians at the forefront of the movement hierarchy. Clearly, the Spine Road does perform a bypass function to the village of Staple Grove. That's the intention of it. That's pretty much why the Staple Grove allocation exists. But as I will demonstrate through the housing reserve matters, the site is extremely well connected. It has a network of different paths and lanes and roads and streets that mean that walking and cycling will be a ready alternative to getting in the car. And then outside of the site, members will recall that significant funds were secured as part of the Section 73 to secure cycle links beyond the Staple Grove allocation towards the town centre, railway station, and the town centre. So I just wanted to point that out. So with regard to the Rectory Road end of the Spine Road, this is where it sort of ends for now, obviously to be completed up to Whitmore Lane within Staple Grove West. We have the proposed attenuation basin. So this attenuation basin will drain the Spine Road, as well as housing, which I'll present in a moment. The attenuation basin is, what we've come to expect. It's a crater-like structure, but this landscaping scheme indicates a fair amount of landscaping, both around the outer fringe, but also a number of marginal and aquatic plants. And there will be an area of the attenuation basin that will hold water as well. And that has actually come as a direct response to comments that were made with respect to the design guide. So that has evolved the thinking on the site. So the turning head. The Section 73 application that was presented in December 24 showed a turning head on Rectory Road. That had built on an understanding at the outline stage that Rectory Road would be stopped up to vehicular traffic at a certain point because of the crossover of the Spine Road. There wasn't to be a junction allowing free flow of traffic from Rectory Road to the Spine Road or vice versa. So a turning head at the head of Hillhead Cottages was always on the cards. The Section 73 application, because that dealt with access, showed the turning head in detail, and that was what members were shown in my presentation back in middle of last year. Section 73. December 24. So, and this was approved in April 25. So you can see here the master plan shows the turning head, and I showed an aerial image of the relationship of that with Hillhead Cottages. And this was the plan that I showed then as well. What you can't quite see on this plan is that underneath this turning head, there is a topographic survey. There is a field gateway here where the turning head utilises that gap in the hedge, limiting the amount of hedge that actually needs to be removed in order to form the turning head. And the idea is now shown on this cleaner drawing that at the head of the turning head, there will be a bollard. From the bollard up to the spine road, which comes up through here, it will be closed to vehicular traffic, akin as to what we've seen at Cometro with Cometro Lane, where we also installed a turning head, and this is to allow any vehicles that come to the terminated part of Rectory Road to be able to turn safely and return in a southerly direction back down Rectory Road in forward gear. So again, you can just about see, maybe can't see the topographic information, which is in light grey, but what you can see is a blue or purple demarcation here, which has RPA. So that's the route protection area for the hedge. Now, obviously, that shows the extent of the hedge. There is a gap in the hedge already from a field gateway, which is between these two purple marks here. And so a small area of the hedge is to be removed in order to facilitate that turning head. Then internal paths within the development will come and link into Rectory Road to provide onward passage for pedestrians and cyclists leaving and entering the site. On the spine road, the crossover is illustrated here on the right, where, as I've said, on the south side, it's closed off to vehicular traffic. On the north side, Rectory Road will continue via a simple T-junction. So just off the page here is the property Hillmead. That's just outside the site. They will have to come along the spine road, turn left and proceed up the remaining part of Rectory Road to reach their property. And if you're going to Langford Lane further north still where Rectory Road terminates, then you'd have to use the spine road rather than come up from Manor Road onto Rectory Road. So hopefully that's clear. The delivery also of a low raised table here also helps calm traffic speeds in this particular area. What didn't help in the original application, this original application, is that the turning head was shown in the wrong position, and that's why there's a sensitivity within the local population that all these plans need to be absolutely crystal clear. So this is the to be approved plan. It echoes the approved plan from before, which shows it in the same location. The comments made from the public largely now revolve around, do we actually need a turning head at all? And my report says without any hesitation that yes, we do need a turning head, and to suggest that vehicles should reverse from a point beyond this parked car here, reverse all the way back down here in front of three semi pairs of properties, and reverse down into Lawn Road to then return along the rest of Rectory Road in forward gear, I think is a safety hazard waiting to happen. It may happen at the moment, but that isn't something that we're promoting. If we didn't provide a turning head, then we would be absolutely promoting that. And I don't think I could, in all fair conscience, sit here and say to members that removing that turning head and making large vehicles reverse all this way, including refuse vehicles and the recycle lorry, is in any way a good idea.
Does that now reflect your concern accurately?
Yes, Chair, thank you. It does.
Yeah, so these are images within Rectory Road. So the attenuation basin will be located to the right-hand side. So I'm looking south here. Then turn round the other way. This is where the turning head will be. So the bollard will be roughly in this location. The gateway will obviously be removed, but the next few meters of hedge will be removed to provide that turning head. Obviously, this pylon and its sibling sat alongside it will be removed in the fullness of time. and then the rest of the lane will be used for non-motorised vehicle purposes up to the Spine Road. In terms of updates, the LLFA do have a remaining concern about the size of the Rectory Road attenuation basin, and this relates to the freeboard. So this is the safety margin. The ponds are already oversized compared to the original outline approval surface water drainage scheme, and larger than the Section 73 approval, with now incorporating 45% capacity for climate change. So just to reiterate that, half of the pond is required to deal with the largest storm that could happen now. And we're also then adding another 45% of that entire volume to cater for the eventuality of increased and more severe climate change. What the LLFA have then asked for on top of that is a freeboard. So we're being asked to provide more and more capacity and storage for these scenarios, and it's the freeboard margin that we haven't been able to facilitate in time for today's meeting. The engineers are recalculating the strategy based on more homes potentially draining to the Mill Lane field attenuation instead, which would take water out of the Rectory Road pond and put it in the Mill Lane field instead, which would give us our freeboard. Otherwise, the other options are to deepen the basin slightly to provide a freeboard, or add a small bund of 30 centimetres or less around the top of the bund to provide extra capacity. So these are regarded as sort of tweaks to the overall scheme, and the scheme as proposed and shown today does provide the suitable drainage for the scheme. It just doesn't provide that safety margin. And as I said, with the green infrastructure RM, there is still condition 8 of the outline, which requires the full surface water drainage scheme to be agreed prior to commencement of the works on the phase. So I'm confident enough that there will be an absolute solution to this with a minor tweak. It doesn't require another large attenuation basin to be created. It doesn't require a myriad of significant alterations to the scheme that would be even maybe perceptible to the human eye. But we haven't quite got to full agreement with the LLFA coming into today's meeting. But like I say, I fall back on the fact that we do have this all-encompassing condition 8, which requires a drainage scheme to be agreed prior to any works commencing, and discussions with the LLFA and the consultant engineers continue. What I would say is, if that pond ever required its freeboard, we would be in fairly biblical events elsewhere in the town. So the actual chances of this happening are extremely rare. However, the LLFA have put that bar there, and I've got to meet it. With regard to highways, concerns have been expressed around visibility splays, although I picked this up in the next presentation with regard to the housing reserve matters, and I propose a condition to resolve that. In terms of updates, received a further representation, this one from Mrs. Pawson of Stoneleigh Close. She makes comments that there needs to be advance notice given at the point at which Rectory Road will be closed. She advocates resident-only parking needs to be a priority, with no parking to access the site. The proposed turning head outside Hillhead Cottages will result in a massive environmental damage and have a detrimental effect on the residents of the cottages. It has not been needed up until now. Council vehicles, refuse lorries, emergency vehicles do not report any problems using this road, so why does it need to be built now? Regarding the flood risk, the runoff from the Spine Road and possibly from the employment hub will increase the risk of flooding in Rectory Road. The attenuation pond is not due for completion in the early stages of development, and this needs to be addressed. Well, I think I've addressed some of those comments within my presentation. The attenuation basin will be built concurrently with the Spine Road, so it is available for drainage or for draining the Spine Road when rain starts falling on the Spine Road. In the interim, there is a construction stage drainage plan as well to capture drainage runoff whilst the site is stripped bare of grass and is taken down to subsoil. So the recommendation on this application for the spine road has been changed given the resolution of issues and the fallback of condition 8 relating to the flood issues or the surface water drainage issues, that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions listed at Appendix 1. Are there any questions on this application?
Sorry, I've just spotted Andy Sully's hand's been up for a little while. Andy, I don't want to miss you.
Thank you, Chair. Just a quick couple of questions, if I may. Thank you. Simon, on your presentation, about the road, is it going to be 20 mile an hour or 30 mile an hour? The reason why I say that, because on the north side of the road, there seems to be a lot of access to properties, obviously along the north. I know you said about the south there wasn't going to be because of the cycle path, but there seems to be a lot of access to properties on the north. I'm just concerned that with all the access to properties, if it's 30 miles an hour, whether that is safe enough. And another question would be on potential bus uses through that area. What mechanism do we have that will make sure that the buses do go through there to pick people up? Because obviously at the moment they go along the A358. Now, if you divert the buses from the A358, then you're stopping people getting buses from the A358. So how will it work? Because you obviously got two roads sort of running parallel in a sense, and both want to get to the town centre. Thank you.
Yeah, that's absolutely fine. So the speed limit on the road will be designated at 30, but as I've tried to illustrate through this presentation, there are events along this stretch of road. So you can see here, by just stepping back from the detail, you can see along this stretch alone, there are 3 different interventions indicated by the change in materials. Each of those areas is aligned with a low raised table event. So these interventions are the most we could include to try and calm traffic speeds. What is also the case is that the verges and the street trees also give a visual indicator that you are travelling at speed because you're passing them quicker. And the whole idea of having crossing points at various intervals as well means that there will be hazards which people have to perceive and be aware of as they make their way through this development. If you compared this road with, say, even Staple Grove Road along its fuller extent, or Greenway Road, or any other major East Reach or anywhere like that, I think it favourably compares in terms of managing the aesthetics with the functionality, which has to bypass Staple Grove Road, so it will have to take its fair share of traffic, but trying to do it in as much a placemaking way as possible within the current confines of the highway adoption rules that we have to deal with. One of the other things from a safety perspective is obviously detaching and segregating the cycleway to the south, which means that people can travel along, like I say, uninterrupted, largely with vehicle crossovers, which will hopefully mean that's an efficient and safe way of travelling along the road as well for those users. With regard to buses, the Section 73 application ratified a sum of money that had been originally secured on the outline towards bus services for the site. How that money gets spent will be largely down to our Transporting Somerset colleagues within the Highway Authority. It's probably too early to make any sort of suggestion as to what the bus routes look like, because at the moment this will be a large cul-de-sac, and it will be a cul-de-sac for some time until the remainder of the spine road is complete, and then there will be a commercial decision between the council and the operator as to when the right time is to introduce a bus service and what that looks like from day one through the medium and long term. What we've done through this proposal is ensure, as I showed here, that around this nodal point, which has got the play area and connections from the cycleways and from the right of way to the south, which the right of way will be upgraded, you create a focus for people to come to this area, and you've got two bus stops, one on the westbound, one on the eastbound, where people can catch a bus. As to how that relates to ongoing bus services on Manor Road, Corkscrew Lane, or all the rest of Staple Grove Road, I'd have to defer to later discussion with the Highway Authority about how they see all of that working, whether it's a detoured route or a diverted route, should I say, or a completely new route. I think probably that will become clearer as we deal with Staple Grove East as well, because there'll need to be a financial ask from Staple Grove East for a sum of money towards a bus service. And I think that will then help crystallise what that service looks like in the short, medium and long term. Hopefully that answers your question.
Thank you for that, Simon. If I could just ask a quick question, on where does the road at the east join Kingston Road? Because you had a map showing it. It went through pretty quick. It looked like it was going across Kingston Road, but then sort of going to an eastwardly direction towards Monkton Heathfield that way. Have you got that? Can you put that plan up?
So if I use this, which is the combined master plans of the 2019 master plans of east and west, the spine road ends at Kingston Road, just north of Oak Hills, and that's always been the approved position for the junction. It then obviously goes a little bit further east to serve what is called the National Trust land on the east side of Kingston Road. So that's unchanged by this proposal. Staple Grove West goes as far as Whitmore Lane here.
Whitmore Lane, great. Okay, thank you for that, Simon. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Simon, can I just ask, what's a low table event?
A low raised table.
Low raised table.
Yeah, so it's basically like a ramped. So the carriageway is raised a few millimeters above the normal carriageway height by a not so steep or shallow ramp, and it just provides, it's a bit like a sort of elongated speed bump, if you like.
Okay, thank you for that. Nick.
Thank you, Chair. Simon, are you able to go back to the map with the bus stops? Thank you. Yes, it was just your comment about the cycleway. I was just noticing. So, just to confirm, the aim is that the cycle path has kind of like priority for the pedestrians and cyclists.
Yeah.
Yeah. It's just that I noticed that the giveaway sign from the road coming up is beyond the cycle path, and I can't see any car stopping until they see the giveaway sign. And I noticed on the right-hand turn going down, you've got a little giveaway sign right up against the cycle route. But if you're coming up the road to the spine road, the giveaway signs beyond what we're now making a right of way for cyclists.
Or I follow the give way element. These black arrows just indicate there is
on the cycle path.
Right.
And then there's a road down. You go there, just there.
Yeah.
So you've got a road going down.
Yeah.
And you've got a giveaway sign. Is that a giveaway sign?
Yeah.
Where the black? It's not there. It's at the top.
Heading northeast.
Yes. So there's. And I just think that's the wrong side of the cycle path. I think the giveaway sign should be as you approach the cycle path, because otherwise cars will just go straight up and just go straight across.
But there's a marking here which stops the vehicles initially.
Okay, but
we can see that again on the housing layout in a minute. So
I'm thinking a giveaway sign is better. Well, a clearly recognised giveaway markings on the road would be better.
there is a marking. There's a number here which is a site level which is obscuring the markings underneath. Yes, that's right.
So the giveaway line stroke sign coming from that side road, not highlighted because it's outside.
Yes. Yeah. So in the next presentation, you can see it a lot clearer.
Okay. So why are the giveaway signs? Well, I suppose you're coming onto Main Junction at that point. So. Okay.
Okay.
Right. I just want to make sure that they were there because I just saw potential hazard there.
Hold that point because we can come back to it, and if the future plans aren't clear, then we'll pick it up.
Caro?
Hello, should be obvious to say if you're designating a road at 30 that's designed to be 20. That's like no sense to me whatsoever. It should be absolutely obvious, although it patently isn't to any of our highways people, that 30 is not a safe speed for vehicles to be travelling at, where people live, work, rest and play. I mean, that's just blindingly obvious. It's, you know, it's in all the international road safety documents, and yet Somerset, at some point we're going to be the only sort of black hole in the country that's still living in the dark ages and doesn't actually acknowledge best practice in terms of road safety. But in relation to this, it's just bonkers. We're going to designate something at 30 but we designed it for 20. I mean, just to make that make sense. And presumably this isn't part of the planning application. That's some really stupid decision somebody else in our council is going to make at some point. Have they made it? How does one influence that?
Well, I think if you're advocating a blanket 20 miles an hour speed limit over the whole of Taunton, then that clearly needs to be part of a movement, doesn't it, with the Highway Authority? I think picking individual streets, especially those that aren't even built yet, and suggesting that they should have a lower speed limit than those that currently exist in the town is also slightly bizarre. We've had discussions with the Highway Authority now on this going back, I think, at least 2 or 3 years, where the debate around the form and function of the road has veered from do you do us, say, the local planning authority side of things, trying to imbue the principles of placemaking, trying to ensure that this is a livable street where people who face onto it and live around it can move about without feeling they've got this massive barrier between them, which is this transport corridor, but then reconciling that with the fact that it is to be a bypass to Staple Grove Village, and also, from my own personal point of view, trying to avoid a scenario like we have at Monkton Heathfield, where you have a large borderless, featureless row of road with roundabouts, which is the alternative. You turn all the houses the other way round, you back them onto the road, and you just have a fast corridor. I've tried to echo Greenway Road, Staple Grove Road by having frontage to this this road, and that has come at considerable discussion with the Highway Authority. The incorporation of these low raised tables, which originally the Highway Authority didn't want at all, till we employed a separate independent highway consultant who said, well, if you just make the raised bit shallower, then it's more conducive to buses. So that solved that issue. So we're able to get these nodal points in which drive character identity and calm speeds. But the Highway Authority had mandated from the outset that the width of the carriageway had to be a certain width, and the speed had to be, the speed limit had to be at 30. So the decision we made was to try and include as many placemaking features as possible, so that this is a road that will result in traffic at less than 30 miles an hour, or significantly less than 30 miles an hour. So it's the appropriate balance to strike, given the way that everything lies at the moment with regard to placemaking principles and the adoption criteria that the Highway Authority utilise.
You still haven't answered the question about who and at what point decides what the speed limit on that road is. It's not part of this planning application. And for information, people who advocate 20 is plenty, and I absolutely do, because I'm a sane individual who cares about road safety and children and elderly people and vulnerable road users. The correct policy would be default 20. At the moment, it's default 30, and you have to argue your way down from that. The sane policy would be to say default 20 and then give me a reason why X road needs to be faster. But given that road you're trying to design so that people actually don't go above 20 miles an hour, why would the Highway Authority, at what point, who is there consultation on this? On what planet would you then have a higher speed limit? It doesn't make any sense. So I want to know who decides that when, or is it already just because we're stupid and that's what we always do? Doesn't make any sense.
Well, my default line at all dinner parties that I am invited to is I don't work for the Highway Authority. After that, I work for the Inland Revenue, and then I'm a planning officer. I mean, the answer lies with the Highway Authority. They govern and police our roads. They are central to the design of the roads, and they are central to the outcomes that we create. The placemaking principles that, you know, Alison Blom Cooper and others have literally fought for over the last couple of years, are trying to deliver more of this and less of the fast, straight, scale-electric roads that we generally end up with. So there's always a challenge for officers, isn't it? Because you present this and it's sort of, well, it's not quite ideal, is it? But I tell you, it's a damn sight better than we could have ended up with and have ended up with. We only need to go out and travel 10 minutes in any direction and find a scale electric road. This will at least start turning the dial towards placemaking and will hopefully lead to many more better outcomes in the future. But as to your point about, you know, a campaign, then you need to go and knock on the door of the Highway Authority.
Just going to bring Zach in at this point.
Just very quickly, just to make a point, unless I'm corrected by my legal colleague, the Planning Act, the Town and Country Planning Act, which is what we're making a determination under, cannot be used to change or set speed limits. That's under Highways Act and it's completely separate. So it would be a matter for the Highways Authority. So you couldn't even put, it wouldn't be meet the test to even put a condition on saying the road must be 20 miles an hour, 30 miles an hour, whatever. We can't control that through the planning system, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm just wondering, so Highways have already made that decision, whatever, because that's what they always do. Could we say something to Highways as a committee? Or, I know it's not about the planning application, it's just the sheer lunacy. Since it was actually in the report, I'm like, what? That, you know, hello?
It was in the report because it was raised when we talked about the design guide. We had discussions about ponds holding water, the speed limit, and the design of the road, and so that's why they are issues again. What more can I say? We've tried to design a road that is as friendly to a residential area as it possibly can be within the current confines of this council's adoption criteria.
And it is certainly a much better design than the scale electric tracks that you do see.
So the final application here at.
I'm very sorry. My apologies.
Well, I'm just conscious that Councillor Wren, who missed the first presentation for the first application, has been here for the second, and you're now embarking on the third, and he's still sitting out of the meeting. So whilst he wouldn't be able to vote on the first application, I think he is entitled to vote on the second and certainly the third.
That's precisely correct, Stephen.
It.
That's precisely correct. Will, my apologies for not inviting you earlier. When we come to the vote on which will be taken as three separate votes, pardon me, item 5, which is the one that you missed, you will not be able to vote on. Okay. Thank you for that, Stephen. Simon.
Okay, so the third application, 38250319, relates to Reserve Matters proposal for 242 dwellings. Again, this is on this indicative plan, the red area, so straddling the Spire Road that we've just looked at, and this is the layout. So the layout, you can see the different areas of red lines. So there's an area to the south and an area to the north, sat between the northern buffer that we've spoken about previously and the spine road going through the middle. So the 242 dwellings are characterised by the main street with dwellings fronting onto the spine road. As I previously described, on the south side is the cycleway. So most of the dwellings on the south receive their parking to the rear or the side in courts, whereas on the north side there is a more traditional and regular layout of detached and semi-detached properties with parking and driveways to their sides. Off of the Spine Road to the south, we have 3 streets described as green streets, one here and one here. This one here will provide a connection into the next phase of development, which is called the Lightwood Land or Stable Grove Farm. So that road will continue into this area here. And then on the north side, you've got a shallower depth of development with small cul-de-sac development that goes along that northern edge. On the immediate northern edge, there is characterised by largely detached properties looking out onto the northern buffer. The whole of the Stable Grove site is partitioned into quarters, effectively. This first quarter is terminated by the public right-of-way, the West Dean Way, and then the middle of the site is signified by Rectory Road. Members will recall from the Section 73 application that adjacent to Rectory Road now is the employment hub, which is not detailed as part of this reserve matters that is to follow. And you may also see some coloured dots on various roofs. It's not the measles, they are the affordable housing plots which sit spread across the site. Members may recall that the outline application was subject to viability, and that pegged affordable housing back to 15%. So this represents this phase's contribution to that overall 15% of affordable housing across the whole site. Along the Spine Road, as I've talked about these sort of interventions, one of the first interventions is here on the north or left-hand side, which is Rag Hill Park. So this is a play area and green space which is situated between the northern buffer and the Spine Road, access to the side by the public right-of-way. That's where the bus stops and that extract was that I showed you on previous slides. And then adjacent to Rectory Road, we have the attenuation basin, which carries over from the Spine Road application because it's required here in connection with draining the houses. Stable Grove shares an immediate boundary with a handful of properties in terms of direct relationship. And if you look here, you can see adjacent properties are sort of greyed out at the bottom here. These are properties on Sanding Close and Little Close. Where there are particular proximity issues of existing housing to proposed housing, the proposed housing has been altered to bungalows. So there are a number of bungalows along this southern edge where they come in close proximity to existing 2-storey dwellings. Other than that, the parcel is relatively free, I guess, of that direct neighbour relationship. Obviously, there are representations from residents on Hillhead Cottages who look out across Rectory Road towards the attenuation basin and the employment area with the housing beyond that. You'll see here along this part of the southern boundary a proposed pumping station. This is for foul sewerage, which I've dealt with in my report because that has been an issue of local concern. Hopefully through the actions of law inviting a number of those residents to a site that they are involved in at Highbridge, local residents have seen a foul pumping station. They've looked into it indeed and probably learnt a lot from that experience as to what a pumping station is. And hopefully that has quelled concerns about its proximity to adjacent residential properties. Members will recall I have previous with regard to foul drainage stations. I proposed and recommended one for the Cometro site as well, which did also lead to some local concerns, but that's now built and in situ, and to my knowledge, not causing any issues, and are relatively commonplace now in developments where foul drainage needs to be pumped to the nearest main foul sewer. See, within the layout is a myriad of street typologies. So the green street here is bordered by another cycle link that will go down into the next parcel and then eventually onto Manor Road via the bonfire field. You'll also see a sort of a light brown coloration, which indicates paving. So these are shared surfaces. And there's two streets here in particular, which are lanes, mews sort of streets, which are more intimate, sort of higher density mews type developments that sort of act as a back lane through and between these three primary roads that come off of the Spine Road to the south. And then around the edges, you generally have paved turning heads with then paved private drives coming off of those. This is the indicative materials plan. This is not agreed, but it shows an intent that the broad mix of materials proposed includes red brick and hanging tile as a feature material to give this site identity and character. There is also the use of render, both in terms of full homes and upper floors only. And there is some weatherboarding homes, again, in a small cluster and in the back lanes to drive a different type of character and identity. Whilst the broad spread of materials is agreed in terms of red brick, render, weatherboarding, the specific manufacturing details have yet to be agreed. And so I've got a revised proposed condition to deal with that. This is the boundary treatments plan. Again, in terms of driving character required by the Garden Town vision, a great deal of effort has gone into ensuring that we end up with robust boundaries. So along the Spine Road, on prominent corners, we actually have natural stone walls with hedging in between. The hedging is designed to be sitting within the public realm rather than the private realm, and that affords its protection long term. So we can genuinely say that this will be a green main street and retained as a green street, rather than down to the whim of individual householders removing that hedging over time and replacing it with goodness knows what. Elsewhere across the development, we have low brick walls and also high screen natural stone and brick walls as well. So my aim with layouts like this is always to ensure that there is no visible timber fencing from the public realm. So the solidity of the boundary treatments intertwined with the softness of the hedging will ensure this is a well-defined and confined development. There are obviously areas beyond the main streets that don't have any boundary treatment at all, and they will be landscaped in the traditional way. So this is an indication of the type of stone boundary walls that will be employed on prominent corners. And members may recall seeing this photograph in connection with the retaining wall at Staple Grove Road. It's going to be the same material, and that will ensure and link the wider context, or new context, if you like, to this development. Unfortunately, there is no local Staple Grove stone anymore, and the nearest, the next sort of appropriate cut, if you like, is from a quarry in Devon. So that's what's been proposed for the retaining wall on Staple Grove Road. And now this will be brought into the development and be a characteristic throughout the development. This shows the affordable housing, which I showed you the
Andy
dots.
Sully with a question, Simon. Andy?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just going to ask, I know we've had discussions before about the management of the site going forward, like the open spaces. Has there been a decision on what will happen to the management? Will there be like a monthly charge or quarterly charge to the residents there, or will it be the town council? I know we had discussions in the past, but I can't remember what the final decision was. I don't know if you can help me on that one, Simon, please. Thank you.
So in the absence of Somerset Council adopting green spaces, play areas and the such like, the default options that or the remaining options that we have are either private manco or seeking an alternative local maintenance provision. So in this case, Taunton Town Council. Discussions continue with regard to the Orchard Grove site in how that may be managed by Taunton Town Council in the future, maybe utilising a hybrid system whereby there is a service charge, but it is subsidised by precept, those residents that are otherwise also paying. And I'm hoping, in order to further cement the Garden Town principles in this development, that the same pattern as we agree at Orchard Grove will become established at Staple Grove as well. But as I say, that is dependent really on Taunton Town Council agreeing the way to proceed. But they seem to, at the moment at Orchard Grove, favour a hybrid model, and I'm hoping that that then is economically sustainable for them to then also take on Staple Grove in the future.
Excellent, thank you for that. Thank you. Chair, the sound's gone online.
Sorry, this is a visual of the site. This is from the Spine Road as you've climbed up from Staple Grove Road. So this is the first part of the site you will see. This is the crossing point, which then takes you on the cycleway through the middle of the development. I should say that the cycleway will be finished in a buff pigment rather than the Highway Authority standard tarmac and red tarmac set up with the white thermoplastic hump in the middle. This is going to be a continuous buff treatment, which is costing the developer additional funds in terms of commuted sum, but will contribute massively to the placemaking quality of the scheme. You can also see here the use of accent render, 2.5-storey properties to provide height and enclosure, and then some regularity along the Spine Road here using gables to provide a really strong rhythmic street scene interspersed with street trees and the other landscaping that will take place. I'm not sure if it is an exclusive, but the site is going to be called Quantock Park. So we could now maybe move away from Staple Grove West and call it Quantock Park. So this is a sort of an art installation feature at the site entrance with the nameplate, with the proposed properties in behind. This is the northern buffer, which shows the differences of materials and approach to different parts of the parcel. This is a group of properties looking out over Raghill Park. So again, we have accent render properties acting as bookends, if you like, to other 2.5-storey properties. This is the Leap area at Raghill Park. And then here's a series of street scenes which show the variety in house types, but also this strong characteristic of hanging tile at first floor, which is fairly unique, I think, for new build development, and will really ensure that this site has an identity and is readily recognisable for good reasons. And then obviously there are 242 odd dwellings, so I haven't included the elevations for all of them, but I've given an indication here through those street scenes, the visualizations and these plans as to the quality of the house types that we are looking at here. These particularly are noted for their corner turning credentials. So we have, say on this one, a projecting bay, and this one is a pair with one looking one way and one looking the other, which is helpful in terms of providing surveillance and interest in on corner areas. These are the bungalows, or this is a bungalow that is to be located along the boundary with existing properties. And again, that hanging tile detail which permeates through the development. This is a plan of the foul sewage pumping station with respect to the nearest properties at Sandine Close. The photograph, the trip to Highbridge clarified for local residents that a foul pumping station is sited largely underground or predominantly underground, with only a few operational electronic cabinets visible above ground. And this is to be contained within a 1.5 metre black bow top fence. The green indication around the outside also shows the addition of extra landscaping, which will mean that for the most part, unless someone is standing in it or there is a vehicle parked in it, it will blend into the background and is not overly visible. With regard to odour and noise impacts, again, the trip to Highbridge indicated that you can basically be on top of the installation and there'd be minimal odour until the lid is lifted up and you literally put your head down in it. And the noise impacts are also very minimal when you're in the compound, let alone 20 odd metres away. So in line with industry guidance, my previous experience with Wessex Water dealing with the Orchard Grove installation, I'm content, and our own local plan policies in the site allocation development management plan, I'm satisfied that this is a residential amenity friendly installation. And this is to be sited just off the photograph to the left. These are photographs of Rectory Road. This is where the attenuation basin will be. This will be a connection out from pathways out onto Rectory Road. The pylons will be dropped in time, so an area of significant change in the future. This is looking along Sandine Close. The pumping station will be located in here with the new planting. And then this is where the attenuation basin will be along overlooked by Hillhead Cottages. Similarly there. This is where the pumping station is going to be opposite this property here. And then just looking across the general landscape of the Staple Grove site, back at Rectory Road. I covered this in previous presentations. So in terms of updates, I need to regularise an error in paragraph 12.1, which is page 97 of the main reports pack, or page 27 of the individual report, where I, in error, refer to the reserve matters of Spine Road, but it should refer to the reserve matters for 242 dwellings, so my apologies for that. In terms of additional representations, I've received letters from Mr. and Mrs. Bull of Little Close, Mrs. Pawson of Stoneleigh Close, Mrs. Flett of Manor Orchard, and also Ms. Hunt of Rectory Close. Most of the comments are already reported in my report, but Mr. and Mrs. Bull are pleased to see that there are bungalows adjacent to their properties. They'd like to ensure that trees planted do not create shade for their property. They are concerned about traffic, which I've dealt with in my report. And they'd like to see a footpath through Staple Grove because it's currently too dangerous for them to walk through Manor Road, Corkscrew Lane. Well, members will recall through the section 73 that we now have a continuous footway from the end of the footway on Manor Road through to the footway on Corkscrew Lane by the allotments. So there's a significant improvement to come, which hopefully Mr. and Mrs. Bull will find favour with. There's ongoing concerns that the Spine Road will be a dead end for many years. Well, yes, we dealt with that through the section 73. We knew fully what we were doing when we made that decision. Is a turning head required? I think I've dealt with that. Lighting is a general concern for local residents. There's a planning condition relating to lighting. There's obviously different aspects of lighting. There is lighting of the highway, which the Highway Authority will mandate. And then there's the lighting of the public open space areas and private courtyards and general lighting like that, which I will take a view on. There are ongoing concerns about the commercial and employment hub uses they are still to be determined through future reserve matters applications, and we will consult on those as and when there is any commercial interest and concern about the loss of hedges and trees, which through my report I've tried to indicate that there is a lot going back as well. So I believe that prior to this meeting, photographs of pooled water on areas of highway in the Staple Grove area were circulated by the Democratic Services Officer, so members have seen those, and members will have also seen a briefing note circulated on behalf of Bloor Homes. In terms of consultees, the LLFA, as I reported on the last item, remain concerned about the Rectory Road attenuation basin, and my same response applies to this as it did that. The Highway Authority made a series of queries and points of clarification. These have been dealt with by the applicant. Suggestions of temporary turning heads for those roads that are dead ends but are due to be extended in the future will be looked at by the developer in the fullness of time. They have ongoing concerns about shared surfaces and refuse tracking, albeit latest drawings show that all refuse and emergency vehicles can track the tightened radial points adequately well. They requested an estate roads condition, but that's already imposed on the outline, and they require an additional informative to be added, which I'm going to propose. And there are, to deal with the visibility issues raised on the Spine Road application, there are a host of drawings that need to be added to the recommendation to ensure those splays are shown adequately. The affordable housing team have signed off on the affordable housing plan, so that's both the housing types put forward and their clustering. And Natural England concur with the council as competent authority that we can adopt the shallow HRA and an appropriate assessment, and mitigation is in place in the form of fallowing and the future use of a wetland if necessary. So with regard to the recommendation is that the plan permission be granted with alterations to condition 1 as listed there, and to add condition 18, which is around visibility splays. This is the additional informative requested by the Highway Authority, so happy to add that as well. And overall, Mr. Chairman, with regard to 3 applications that I've presented to you, these are applications for reserve matters that are limited in scope, and we cannot visit fundamentals. Garden town status and placemaking principles are fully reflected. Works on the Staple Grove Road junction are underway, and works to build the first homes is ready to roll on past post approval. Additional and consistent housing delivery is obviously important to the council's 5-year housing land supply. The revised outline consent secured a significant active travel contribution of 3.2 million. All neighbour representations have been assessed, and a response given to each point in my presentation, both written and verbally. And in my opinion, no issues remain that cannot be dealt with via the suggested or already imposed conditions. So to recap, Chair, the recommendation for the green infrastructure 0295 is to grant permission subject to the conditions listed. With regard to the Spine Road 0230, that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions listed. And with regard to the housing reserve matters 0319, that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions listed at Appendix 1, whilst altering condition 1, adding condition 18, and adding highways informative, which would be number 5. Thank you, Chairman.
Okay, thank you very much, Simon. We're going to move to public speaking now. I have a list in front of me, and we've got starting with Simon Briggs, please. Mr. Briggs, good afternoon and welcome. In terms of public speaking, I know you've done this before, sir, but when you're comfortable, push the button, the red light is on. Your time starts when you start speaking, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, members. My name is Simon Briggs. I'm a local resident and part of the Whitmore Area Residents Group. We have been fighting this development since 2010. That's 16 years. We've been to councillors' exhibitions and consultation meetings. We even had a government minister come down here and offer us money for the Spine Road. If that had been sorted sooner, then perhaps the Spine Road would have been constructed by now, and we wouldn't be facing some of these problems. I've lost count of the planning committee meetings I've been to and spoken at over the years. And at those meetings, councillors of all parties have listened to our comments and concerns and nodded sympathetically and ignored our concerns and approved the applications anyway. You've approved a massive development here, and I know some of this is outlined, but I just need to say and get off my chest, this development is going to completely overwhelm this local community and change its character forever. We, the residents of the area, we're living in a building site for years to come. Some of us today may well be dead and buried by the time it's actually finished. I'm sure there are people there who will say that the Blore housing scheme is attractive, but it will never be as attractive as the green fields and hills of Staple Grove. But we accept the housing is going ahead. We're pleased that some bungalows will be built to avoid overlooking local residents. And we're pleased with the levels of installation of bird and bat boxes. Residents are also concerned about possible flooding and what's going to happen to the employment hub and when that's going to happen. So now we want you to do some things for us. The Spine Road must be completed through to Kingston Road as soon as possible, so this development doesn't become a cul-de-sac and result in major increases in traffic along Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane. And it's bad enough as it is there now with the traffic lights and the traffic in the morning. There should be proper provision for buses to go into and through the development, and we should be having a dedicated bus to the town centre, to Norton, Fitzwarren perhaps. We can't rely on the Minehead bus stopping at the end of the road on its way to Taunton when it may already be full. Finally, I would like to suggest that photovoltaics should be provided as standard on all houses that are appropriately orientated. They should not be provided just on houses with gas boilers so they tick some boxes on building performance approval. Houses which are built later with air source heat pumps, we understand, will not be provided with photovoltaics, as this will save money for the developers. But I don't see that. There needs to be more sustainability. Why can't everyone have free electricity? I hope you'll give proper consideration to the plans and approvals before you. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Reid. My second speaker is Christine Briggs, please. Again, good afternoon and welcome. The light is on, so when you're sitting and are comfortable, when you begin speaking, your time starts. Okay, thank you.
Right. Good afternoon. I was going to speak about the buffer zone, not all of it. Well, my name's Christine Briggs, and I've lived in the Staple Grove area all my life, and many of my family long before that. This area is very precious to me, and we must ensure that the development is sympathetic to the beautiful Rag Hill area adjoins, looking across to the Quantock Hills. And I'm really pleased to see it's called Quantock Park, an area of outstanding natural beauty. With Taunton designated as a garden town, this development should reflect that. This buffer application by Blore Homes was originally approved on 15th of November 22. And according to our records, it was a Blore application in April 22. And this is a refresh of their previous application. I would like to know why they have wasted over 3 years and not planted anything yet. It is essential that adequate habitat is provided for wildlife, especially the rare lesser horseshoe bats from Hestercombe, which, as you know, is a nationally recognised important site for the bats. If planting had been done when originally approved and advised by the council 3 years ago, then by now the planting would be well established and starting to provide some cover, not only for the wildlife, but also screening the area from the housing yet to be built. I accept that perhaps it's understandable that Blore haven't yet planted in the buffer area where they are going to underground the power cabling and the pylons, which was marked red on your original plan. But they should by now have planted in all the other areas of the site, which are marked green and were blue on the plan. Some of the site, which was marked blue, is now not scheduled for planting until October 28 to March 29, even later than the Spine Road is due for completion, as far as Whitmore Lane. This is an area where the bats are known to fly and is close to the bat house, the orange dot, which Blore are required to build. We have been told by 2 members of the Blore team that one of the reasons the planting has not yet started in the blue area and is scheduled for such a very late start is because the previous owner of the land is still keeping her cows there. Quite frankly, I do not find this a reasonable excuse, And I request that Blore be told to planting the buffer zone much sooner. I'm sure the lady can find somewhere else to put her cows, or Blore should provide adequate protection for the planting. In fact, if they got their act together, some of the planting could even be done this season. The arrangements for the future maintenance of the buffer planting, drainage and landscaping seem to be very vague and not yet decided. This needs to be clarified soon and well before the planting gets underway. I remind you that the people living in this area are going to have to live with and put up with your building, I'll just finish, of this development for many years to come. So when making your decision today, please give some thought and be sympathetic to them, who are your electorate. Thank you.
Thank you. Grants were circulated, Ms. Pearce, yeah. Josh, if we can ensure that the printed statements are part of the minutes, please. Okay, Madam.
Thank you. My name's Carol Pearce. I have some points of order on the officer's report before I actually start, if that's an order, Chair.
I can't do points of order at this point.
Okay, I'll add them to my ordinary speech. Thank you very much. And I'll be speaking on all three matters. So I presume that's 9 minutes, as I've been informed. Thank you very much.
I am allowing as much time as is reasonable, but I'm not going to allow 3 sets of 3 minutes for every individual because it will become unwieldy, Madam.
I completely understand that. And I think I'm probably the one that will be speaking the longest on behalf of the residents. So thank you. My name is Carol Pearce. I live at number 1 Hillhead Cottages in Rectory Road in Staple Grove Village. I've lived here for 40 years. I speak on behalf of all the residents of Hillhead Cottages and many of the other residents in Rectory Road and the surrounding area who've come to support me today and who are online. I wish to address some of the inaccuracies that have been presented by the Planning Officer's report. 4.6. It says flood zone 1, a low risk of flooding. I've already submitted photographs that we are always underwater in Rectory Road and Manor Road. 7.2, habitat regulations assessment refers to if mitigation took place. This is not detailed in the officer's report. What is the mitigation? Paragraph 8, in response to the Norton Fitzwarren Parish Council, the officer's report says the issue here are not relevant to this reserved matters application. This is wrong. No traffic survey was conducted to cover the impact on Norton Fitzwarren, the B3227, or the road out to North Devon. Traffic is a huge issue and grave concern to us. Highways Authority response, again under paragraph 8. This is very detailed and also covers our own concerns. The report of the officer says, my response will be a verbal one. I haven't heard the response to the very detailed Highways Authority concerns. We would have liked to have seen that response formally in writing so that we could comment upon it in due course. There is a lead local flood authority comments, which has been alluded to now in the verbal report from the officer. But the report suggests there are no concerns, and I've put in the papers to you. This is completely contrary to the email received on the 27th of January from Amy Fletcher. She states, there is a significant risk here that Basin 2, that's the one opposite our properties, could overtop the exceeded event due to the freeboard. Should flooding occur due to the freeboard within either basin, the developer would likely be responsible for any flooding. We would request that this is looked into further by increasing the depth of the basin. This could be provided as part of a suitably worded condition. This serious concern was not even added to the officer's report. It said there were no concerns. There clearly are. As a retired police sector commander, I was particularly interested in the concerns raised by the police, but I was shocked. There's absolutely no reference to crime anywhere in any of these 3 applications. There are several national initiatives, both about crime and personal safety and road safety. There are lots of things called designing crime out of new developments. Secured by Design, which is a residential homes guide published in 2025, part 1, provides very clear guidance on all aspects of design and layout that impact on the creation of a safe and secure environment. This includes the road layout, footpath design, communal areas, dwelling boundaries, car parking and lighting. This has not even been included in any of the applications. Your council even has its own designated designing crime out officer. I have not been consulted. There's nothing in these reports. There are no regulated traffic pedestrian crossing points on the new Spine Road, which I would point out is not an A road like Staple Grove Road and Greenway Road. It's a residential road. The officer's report at times is quite dismissive of our concerns, but I will raise them here now. Flooding. Rainwater from the proposed development will flow either down to the attenuation pond on Staple Grove Road and then into Cross Keys, or into the attenuation pond opposite our properties at Hillhead Cottages. This will then run into a storm drain yet to be built in Rectory Road. And I quote the officer's report. Ultimately, the Rectory Road Suds Basin will discharge into the sewer in Manor Road. I've already submitted photographs of the regular flooding we experience in Manor Road, with water coming up through the drain culverts and other manholes in Manor Road, over a foot of depth water we had recently. Adding even more water through a new drain into an existing system that is already beyond capacity beggars belief. The drain in Manor Road runs into Staple Grove Road, where it does a right down to Cross Keys, and that is a well-known flooded area for many, many years. It then goes into Bishop's Hull, where it joins the tributary into the River Tone. That is the location of the Wessex water gauge that shows the height of the water. Once that reaches 1 metre, and it frequently has been going over that, Wessex Water accepts that the Athelney Spillway, Currymore area, will overflow for several days, causing much flooding further down the line. Just moving water from the new site down into an old existing system does not remove the risk of flooding from the village and elsewhere. It will end in catastrophe, as we have seen around the North Curry and the Moors, which have been declared a major incident. The flooding is not once in 100 years. This is occurring regularly. The officer goes on to mention blocked drains around Hillhead Cottages and suggests Blore remedied the issue and unblocked them. This is simply not true. The storm drain outside my house at number 1 was temporarily cleared, but blocked again within a few days, as it always does. This was reported to Blore, and Blore informed the council. It's still blocked. We're still underwater in Rectory Road. I've submitted photos to you to show that situation. We regularly report the drains are blocked from Manor Road through Rectory Road all the way down to Whitmore Lane. Nothing has been done for years. The drainage system in that area is completely broken. Putting a new pipe into an existing system is foolhardy. There's been no maintenance done in the ditches around Rectory Road. Water runs off the fields and runs from our gardens into the road. Last winter, that was coupled with sewerage we had to put up with for months. I've also sent photos in. Yet it's still proposed that a new drain will be attached to an already overcapacity system. As I said, it beggars belief. The Spine Road application, as again, it's not an A road, it's a residential road. There's no mention of the second attenuation pond in Rectory Road that's due to be built next to my property. The officer suggests that this should be in the next phase. However, this Spine Road application before you today and the associated works will cross over Rectory Road and cause additional runoff. It has nowhere to go. Where will it go? Onto our road, outside our properties, into the previously mentioned collapsed system, causing even more damage and flooding. Every spring, the council come and fill our potholes, which are now even deeper because of the flooding. The second attenuation pond next to my property needs to be built as soon as they start to prepare the Spine Road. Traffic. The traffic survey used throughout this application, all 3 of them, was undertaken in July 22 during school holidays and whilst we were still coming out of COVID and working from home. This survey suggests that the previous one, actually it's down on the previous one. Well, that's no surprise because of when it was done. A new survey must be carried out immediately to ensure that accurate data is available to you, this committee. Local Speedwatch will advise you that up to 700 vehicles an hour can pass through Manor Road.
Mrs. Pearce, you've now had over 10 minutes. Would you bring
Okay,
your
thank you.
remarks to a
I'm
close,
nearly there.
please?
Thank you. Residents will tell you we can't even get out into Manor Road due to the high numbers of static vehicles that are blocked all the way to Corkscrew Lane. Static traffic causes serious emissions and pollution as well as considerable delays. Static traffic outside a play area is simply wrong. The building of these houses, in conclusion, the building of these houses, the Spine Road and associated disruptions in the preparation of the site and buffer zone planting will create seriously negative impact on the wildlife and ecology of our village. We are disappointed that the ecology survey mentioned only one bat. I have 15 bats in my garden every day. It does not mention the deer. It does not mention the badgers, the foxes, other wildlife that grace our village. There is no mention of the wonderful bird life, the owls, the redwings, the thrushes, the sparrows, the house martins, all of which are red listed and live in our village. The ecology survey did not mention these. You must get a
Mrs.
new
Pearce, I'm gonna have
ecological
to bring your
survey.
Comments to a close.
I just do one line. Thank you very much.
Thank you. That was the line.
Can I just say it? Thank you. I can give it to someone else to read if you don't mind.
Okay, do that.
Okay, I'll do that. Thank you very much for your attention.
thank you.
Everyone.
The next speaker on my list is Rod Williams, please. Mr. Williams, I know you're familiar with the system. Nice to see you again.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Very generous of you. Nice to be here.
When you're ready and you're settled.
Members and officers, good afternoon. Before I begin, I should just like to say that the comments I'm about to make on traffic, mainly with regard to the Spine Road, but not only with regard to the Spine Road, are not made out of any anger, but are purely made out of trying to do our best for residents and to help you make the best decisions for residents. The previous speaker, Carol Pearce, has made the point that the estimate of traffic is hopelessly out of date, and I believe this does you a grave disservice. The traffic estimate from 2022 is not fit for service and risks giving you inaccurate information. We urge you to require a new, more realistic estimate of traffic on the Spine Road, and in particular on the impact on the local roads it will have to join. Beyond the necessity of up-to-date evidence, many Staple Grove residents have 5 concerns with traffic applying across the 3 applications. The first one is on-street parking on the Spine Road. Now, it may be that there is already provision for no on-street parking on the Spine Road, and if that is the case, I can move on. Mr. Chairman, do you want Simon Fox to confirm that? If there is provision for no on-street parking, I need not labour that point.
Okay, well, what we normally do, Mr. Williams, is we wait until the public have made their comments and I ask the officers if there's anything they want to speak about. So we'll continue that and I'll allow you a few seconds more.
Thank you. The second point is Staple Grove West traffic, or perhaps I should say Quantock Park traffic on Langford Lane. The third point has been touched on already, the bus service. I'm not clear whether we have ensured there will be a bus service or it is left hanging. The fourth point is making Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane safer for pedestrians and cyclists. And the final point, and I'll elaborate each of these very briefly, is that the traffic lights at the pedestrian crossing close to the Co-op corner shop on the Manor Road junction, I think are due to be unsynchronized with the set of the other 5 traffic lights. So leaving the no on-street parking point to one side, the eastern end of the Spine Road and Langford Lane needs your attention. When the eastern end of the Spine Road reaches Rectory Road, and in a later phase, Whitmore Lane, it will have to go north onto Langford Lane. This goes east through Dodhill to join the Kingston Road, or goes west through Burlands to join the A358. Langford Lane is a small country lane with tight corners and some steep slopes. It has farm traffic on it around Burlands Farm and often horse riders on it. The existing plan, as I understand it from Mr. Fox, invites a huge increase in traffic going to or from Staple Grove West along Langford Lane. So we ask you to require Somerset Council Highways to take additional measures to avoid an increase in traffic on Langford Lane. The bus service, this is crucial, and I think many members have acknowledged this, but I understand, what I get is we're not there yet. So we ask you to take contractual measures to ensure that there is a bus service on the Spine Road to and from Taunton. Traffic on the Spine Road is bound to affect traffic on Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane. Simon Fox described the Spine Road as a bypass to Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane. Hooray! This route, Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane, is already dangerous, especially for pedestrians and cyclists. It has 3 right-angle bends, it is a rat run, and despite the existing speed bumps, does see frequent speeding beyond the current 30-mile-an-hour limit. We ask you to urge Somerset Council's highways to impose a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit on Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane. And I understand that Blore Homes are going to provide a pedestrian footway parallel to Corkscrew Lane, which is excellent news. Getting towards the end. The road between Cross Keys and Manor Road is bound to be a bottleneck. The plan to manage this bottleneck is to synchronise 5 traffic lights. It is unfortunate these 5 traffic lights will be in only some 400 metres. However, all 5 traffic lights are at junctions that can hardly be closed off. So this arrangement is perhaps the least bad plan rather than a good plan. But this plan does not take account of the 6th traffic light already in place close to the Co-op corner shop. This is a pedestrian crossing and an on-demand light. Because it is not due to be synchronised, it threatens to stop the traffic flowing through the bottleneck on green lights for perhaps just one pedestrian wanting to cross the road. The ability of pedestrians to cross can be ensured by synchronising this pedestrian crossing with when the other red lights are on. So we ask you to urge Somerset Council Highways to synchronise this 6th traffic light with the other 5. Mr. Chairman, I've made 5 points on behalf of residents. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Mr. Williams. My next speaker is David Lawson. If I pronounced your name incorrectly, I apologise. You've heard me say it many times. When you're comfortable.
Thank you, Simon. Much appreciated. Good afternoon, everyone. I am here representing ROSAG, Residents of Staple Grove Action Group. We communicate via regular emails and we have a website, so I've got a reasonable understanding of what people. I would like to thank your officer, Simon Fox, and Blore Homes for going some way to answering our questions and concerns. However, the 2 schemes, Staple Grove West and East, are sadly exemplars of how to game the planning system, and they clearly show how a piecemeal approach to going about things leads to a lack of holistic planning. I think we're seeing the main concerns of residents are the increased risk of flooding, light pollution and traffic and ecology. We also believe that the romanticised artist impressions of the estates depicting only 1 or 2 cars are ridiculous and misleading. Other speakers will be speaking and have already spoken extremely well about their issues and concerns, and there is much more. But I would like to concentrate on the increased risk of flooding and the poor provision for rainwater harvesting and grey water recycling. The plans fall well short of, I quote, the 4 pillars of SUDS and Taunton Garden Town status. This is not only my opinion, but is also your flood and coastal lead, Amy Fletcher, which you saw on page 183 of the appendix to the Planning Committee meeting in July last year. In fairness, Blore has increased the size and the number of attenuant ponds from these initial outline planning approvals of 7 years ago. However, in the light of climate change, proximity to Quantock Hills, concreting over of farmland, it is foolish in the long term to rely mainly on attenuation ponds. They have a whole host of problems, ranging from fly tipping to pollution, to maintenance and silting up, and from vegetation overgrowth to a breeding ground for invasive species. But most of all, we are seeing that there are more and more exceptional climate change induced multiple back-to-back storm events. It is crazy that developers can ignore and just play lip service to best practice. A rainwater butt for each house is just not enough. In conclusion, we would ask the Planning Committee, firstly, the Blore Homes to look again at best practice and commit to much better rainwater harvesting schemes for all new houses and the public spaces. Secondly, that Somerset Council must prevent new residents from concreting over their gardens for more and more car spaces, which they unfortunately will try to do. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Dawson. The next speaker on my list is Heather Williams, please. Williams? No. Mr. Briggs, my apologies. I have a note that you were going to read the statement.
My apologies.
Well, you know what to do.
I do know what to do. Mrs. Williams has asked me to read her statement on her behalf. Is that all right? I'm reading this on behalf of Heather Williams, who is the coordinator of the Staple Grove Community Speedwatch Group. A recent local residents' meeting held to discuss the proposed housing development heard that Somerset Council does not see a problem with the amount of traffic along Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane. As the coordinator of our local community Speedwatch Group, I'd like to give you some information regarding this. Heather is out in all weathers. I know I've seen her there frequently, measuring the traffic speeds. Early morning school pickup and end of the working day times are extremely busy. We often do speed watch sessions between 2:30 and 4 p.m. and they usually have between 300 and 400 vehicles per hour. At one of the recent sessions, there were 579 vehicles, with one speeding and a 30-mile-an-hour speed limit doing 35 miles an hour. All this along what is hardly more than a country lane, hence the name Corkscrew Lane. I know some local residents who will not walk along this stretch of road because of the danger of being hit by traffic. I've come along it. In the winter, you need to run round those corners. Hopefully, the proposed footpath cycle route along Corkscrew Lane will help make this route safer, but it should be completed sooner rather than later. This route along Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane is used as a rat run, and vehicle traffic has definitely increased over the years. The speed bumps along Manor Road do not slow the majority of traffic. Vehicles sometimes even jump through the pinch points near the Staple Grove Church car park when heading towards the A358. To help address the problem, as other people have said, a 20-mile-an-hour speed limit through the village along Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane will be good. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Riggs. The next speaker on my list is David Archer, please. Mr. Archer? Oh, are you online, Mr. Archer? Okay. Josh, do we have any idea where Mr. Archer is? He's unmuting, I think. Somebody's telling me. Mr. Archer? No, I can't see him up there. Okay, yeah.
Chair, if I said that his wife is very, very seriously ill and was taken to hospital. He lives in the cloisters in Rectory Road, and he has a very large colony of bats that lives in his property, and is a wildlife officer and vet expert, and wanted to speak about the bats and the wildlife.
I'm sure the committee would have been delighted to hear him speak, but there's nothing I can do when he's not here. I'm going to move on for the moment, and if Mr. Archer comes back online, then we'll obviously I will bring him in. Okay, the next individual on my list is Chris Wilson, please, of Origin 3, and that's in person. I believe you're here, Mr. Winter. No, I can tell you're not Chris Winter. I beg your pardon? We I have had a discussion prior to this meeting about people speaking. If you come and speak, Mr. Upton, then you will replace Chris Wilson. So that's up to you. Sorry, and who are you, sir?
I am Chris Wilson.
Okay, the arrangement we came to, just so everybody's clear about this, in the same way that I allowed speakers earlier, because it was a combination, it made much more sense to hold the thing running straight through, because I'd like people more time to speak. So I'm going to do that for you, Mr. Wilson. Okay.
Okay, well, firstly, good afternoon, Chair and members of the Planning Committee. As presented, I am Chris Wilson. Just a bit of background, we are the project architects and urban designers acting on behalf of Bloor Homes. We've actually been involved in this project for well over 10 years, from the original outline application through to the publication and approval of the design guides. And now we've been kept on board to monitor the quality of the reserved matters applications, and part of that design team to ensure that we're in the parameters of the design guide. We did have some slides, but I understand members would have had a copy of the presentation, and we took extracts from the design guides, and hopefully they illustrated a very different approach to how to deliver quality housing in the Southwest. And this was very much premised on a landscape-led approach, and how green infrastructure, shapes the development, parklands, tree-lined routes, and connected open spaces. And we've worked hard with all stakeholders and officers and technical disciplines to ensure that these features are actually delivered on this site. The perspectives that we presented, heard some comments about how they're misrepresenting, cars and the like. A lot of emphasis has been about where the car is placed within this environment. There is a lot more landscape that's provided in this project than other projects. And this really is about creating a quality environment. Just back one step and into the wider planning context as set out by Mr. Fox. The outline permission for this was granted, and through that amendment back in 22, there were amendments to the original access from Corkscrew Lane. So this was a huge benefit to then put the primary access back onto the Silk Mills Junction, and further securing active travel connections with that additional 3.2 million contribution towards a new cycle link network. So in front of you, all three applications are recommended for approval. There are no technical objections that have been raised on design, highways, drainage, or green infrastructure. This is testament to the collaboration between the council, the workshops and the offices, and the dedication from our side as well. We're passionate about delivering good quality projects. Bloor Homes, above all, is committed to delivering this strategically important site. And come on, let's face it, this is providing much needed market and affordable housing alongside high quality infrastructure. There's a huge amount of consultation that's been going on, and I've met many of you before through various workshops. But I think for me, the emphasis is about design quality. We have listened through that consultation. We've taken on concerns on ecology and drainage and flooding. these workshops will continue. We will engage and have a full participatory process with the locals as law commence the construction of this project if we gain approval. This scheme accords with Somerset Council's policy and supports the Taunton Garden Town vision. In terms of design, this scheme meets all those policy requirements for quality design. And above all, we've really embraced this Taunton Garden Town vision. This scheme is not just about housing. It incorporates placemaking objectives, including innovations in active travel that have been presented to you, the extensive GI green infrastructure, beautifully landscaped parks, tree-lined streets, shared surface lanes to create more people-focused streets. The layout is designed as a landscape backdrop, providing quality infrastructure within which the homes will sit. These homes themselves will be used by, as presented, a range of quality materials and finishes, and there are energy efficiency approaches to both the construction and how the buildings will perform. So, and above all, the level of consultation, the approach has been supported beyond the council. We had independent design reviewers appointed by the council, including Create Streets. We had 1 year of workshops with. We had specialist highway engineers that helped to unpick some of the technical challenges on road design. And above all, we had an approval from the Design Quality Review Panel. So members, before you, you have a policy compliance scheme. It's been carefully considered and deliverable scheme that brings homes, infrastructure and environmental enhancements. And for those reasons, I respectfully ask that you support the officer recommendation and approve the applications. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Okay, Mr. Upton. Mr. Upton. Yeah, I'm going to bring you forward to speak because I'm going to try and ensure that I've been as balanced as I can be. So if you'd like to come forward. Sorry, just as a point of explanation, because we're putting the three together and I've allowed additional time for everybody else, I'm trying to make sure that I've been as even-handed as I can be with Blore as well. So I'm going to invite you to speak on the three applications and then we'll get to your colleague whose name escapes me for a moment, Mr. Curso, if he's here.
I don't think he needs to speak.
Okay, well, I'm trying to be as even-handed with all parties as I can be without being so rigid till I cut people off.
Thank you. No, that's absolutely fine, Chair. Thank you. Thank you, Chair and members. My name is Robin Upton from Carney Sweeney Planning Consultants. As I'm a planning consultant here, we submitted the planning application on behalf of Blore Homes. I'd really just like to pick up on some of the points that previous speakers have made, really, just to answer some of those questions for you, a lot of which is already covered in the officer's very detailed report. There are comments upon when will the spine road be connected. I mean, that's governed by the outline planning application. So the whole road within the ownership of Blore Homes up to Whitmore Lane has to be completed within 3 years. Ordinarily, house builders will deliver bits of spine road as they deliver houses along it. But in this case, to achieve that, the road would have to be completed ahead of the housing development. It also would connect to the employment area well before housing would ordinarily get to that point, if you know what I mean. So there's already an accelerated delivery of the spine road in place. The question about when will residents be consulted upon, when exactly will that Rectory Road closure happen? Members may well know that Blore Homes have been carrying out close consultation, and we will of course advise well in advance of when anything like that would happen. But as I told you, the whole time frame of the road there. Buses was mentioned quite a lot. That came up at the outline consent, and a contribution of £842,000 has been provided in the Section 106 agreement with index linking. That's climbs to £1.2 million. That's more than enough to provide additional bus services over and above the existing bus services. But that is a case of, you know, that money being given to the council to discuss with the the bus providers as to how they best want to use that. So there is provision there. There's a lot of talk about traffic. I mean, again, that was all dealt with at the outline consent, and the traffic modelling has been used in order to achieve an outline consent for up to 713 dwellings. As part of the ongoing requirements for travel planning, Bloor Homes will be carrying out new updated traffic surveys. They need to use those up-to-date traffic surveys to establish how much traffic from the housing development needs to be controlled through travel planning. So there will be an update to the modelling of that, but that wouldn't affect the design of any junctions or so forth. It's more about travel planning, as I've said. Ecology has been raised. Obviously, anything that requires a licence from Natural England will be in hand. Bloor have carried out another suite of ecology surveys across the whole site. There are conditions that require those new surveys to be submitted and discharged. So it's never a kind of, well, we carried out a survey 3 years ago. There is a continual process where those have to be updated and reported. And at the time of spades going into the ground, that's when licenses have to be in place. So they have to be, the licenses have to be determined on the basis of the most up-to-date information at the time. In terms of the suds drainage, originally there was a requirement for 35% over and above what is required to attenuate surface water now. And that has risen during the course of this application to 45%. And as Mr. Fox explained, the only difference is a 30-centimetre bund on top of the drainage ponds that is required to meet that kind of additional freeboard. So it's freeboard on top of freeboard. So it's a very minimal amount that, as Mr. Fox explained, can be dealt with by conditions or rerouting, or there's a number of options to deal with that. I think that was all of the points that I wanted to raise in terms of the questions that had come up, but be happy to answer any other questions if members had anything.
Okay, thank you for that. You had about 10 minutes, so I hope you feel we had sufficient time. Okay, that's the end of my list of speakers. Now, guys, if you bear with me a moment, Josh. Okay, I'm not sure where the gremlin got to from in or out of our system. So all I can do is apologise to you and invite you to come and speak. You know, I don't know how your name got lost either. But you were not on my list, ma'am. So welcome. You'll understand by now, I'm sure, what the system is. When you're comfortable, you push the right-hand button. You push the right-hand button, your red light comes on, and when you start speaking, your time begins.
Okay. My name is Sarah Biggs, and I live in Rectory Road. I'd like to comment on the provisions for the green buffer zone of the North of Development. Specifically, I'd like to urge the committee, before it's too late, not to sign off Bloor's specific measures for this resource till they've extracted more concrete assurances than currently exist. This falls into two areas. Is that any better? Okay. So about the green buffer zone, and it falls into two areas. Firstly, the actual planting. I understand that an amendment to the tree choices has recently been agreed by the developer, but this in itself begs the question of why it wasn't in the planting plan to begin with. It can't be disputed that Bloor will have come up with the most cost-effective planting possible. I mean, why wouldn't they? Therefore, it should be a prerequisite of any final planning approval that they've sought input from impartial institutions, such as the Woodland Trust and the Somerset Wildlife Trust, to come up with optimal rather than the easiest planting scheme. This is especially necessary as the buffer is so narrow. As it is, when I spoke yesterday to Tom Devonish of Bloor, he confirmed that they do not routinely bring in such organisations. Rather, they slide in plans from their own landscape designers, drawing, he said, from a general palette of species. Now, I don't think that this site in the foothills of the Quantocks, an area of outstanding natural beauty, should be fobbed off with off-the-peg planting scheme. I'm sure the committee are equally proud of the area and well, they might agree. Now, secondly, the follow-up. The committee will have heard about the Fund for Trees report last year that found that on 48 sites nationally, over 20% of newly planted trees had not survived, and of these, only 42% were in a healthy condition, with those on developments faring worst. Here, in the planning application, in the outline conditions, condition 19 requires...
I'm very sorry, but is that Mr. McPherson? Mr. McPherson, you are lovely. You've been muted. My apologies for the interruption.
Okay. Right. So in this planning application, the outline conditions, condition 19 requires ecological monitoring of up to only 12 months after the final house is occupied. I don't know if this has been changed subsequently, but that doesn't sound very long to me. Under the roles and responsibilities head, paragraph 1233 suggests it is still unresolved who has responsibility and will pay for maintenance, though 1235 does vaguely speak of this staying with the developer until long-term stewardship is decided on, which sounds like the definition of a fudge and a recipe for future neglect and buck passing, frankly. Likewise, 1236 is worryingly vague when it muses that a watering regime will likely be required. Now, under monitoring and review, there is mention of provision for monitoring the trees and also for monitoring the monitors, but this doesn't ensure or describe actual ongoing care, just that someone will at least report back when the trees are dead. So therefore, in conclusion, the residents are urging the committee to extract two undertakings from Bloor before signing off on this element of the application. First, that they provide a best practice planting scheme as advised by a non-partisan charity, such as mentioned above. And secondly, that they provide contractually an undertaking not just to monitor the trees, hedges and shrubs and the buffer, but to send in arboriculturalists quarterly to maintain their health. I mean, both measures would cost peanuts for a company the size of Bloor, and there's not really any excuse for reluctance on these counts. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ms. Biggs. Now, just for the avoidance of any doubt, are there any other members of the public here that haven't spoken that have registered? No. Okay, so I don't know why we had the one gremlin, but we had a gremlin, and I apologise again for that. Okay, I'm going to move to the officers now, see if there was any comments in there or anything they wish to comment upon from the items raised and the concerns raised by members of the public.
Just in summary, because I believe Mr. Upton dealt with many of the points. Some points of order were raised about me stating that the site was in flood zone 1. It is in flood zone 1. Norton Fitzwarren Parish Council raised concerns about traffic. Traffic was an issue dealt with at the outline stage and doesn't comprise one of the reserve matters, which is appearance, landscaping, scale and layout. That's why the comment was made in my report that those comments were not pertinent to the reserve matters. I think Mr. Williams probably needs an update on the extensive work that has gone on to achieve footway improvements around Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane, which makes that eminently more safe than it is at present. the wider transport impacts on the likes of Langford Lane would have been considered at the outline stage, and therefore isn't a matter for the reserve matters to consider. I will pass on his comment to the Highway Authority with regard to the synchronisation of the crossing by the shop on the corner of Manor Road with Staple Grove Road, because that crossing, I think, is due to be upgraded as part of our off-site cycling connection. Grey water recycling, we have no planning basis to mandate this, so anyone is at liberty to propose it of themselves, but we cannot mandate it as yet. Maybe our new local plan will change that. The northern buffer, some care has been taken to ensure that the undergrounding of the power lines does not impact and create compaction of the area where the trees are to be planted, and conditions have been proposed with regard to those works, and in regard to the northern buffer here, that area is fenced off and protected from any construction overrun, which would make that area more difficult to sustain planting in the long term. So I think those were the main points that I picked up that Mr. Upton probably didn't cover. So happy to take any members' questions as they arise.
Thank you. Okay, members, would you like to take a short comfort break now, or would you like to press on?
Break.
Comfort break. Okay, well, we'll give it. No. I'm going to suggest a 10-minute comfort break, Councillor Buckley. But thank you for your concerns. Okay, 10 minutes, please. Okay, thank you very much indeed, ladies and gentlemen. Right, it's now down to councillors. So, if you wish to ask some questions, now's your opportunity. I'm sure somebody's got a question, but Caroline, please.
Thank you. I mean, I do think overall, Simon, you do a marvellous job, mate. I don't know how you do it. And there's lots of positives in what Laura are doing. I don't know, there's a few things probably that, I mean, there's lots of things that we need to do out with this planning application, like about speeds in Staple Grove, you know, either on the new the Spine Road or indeed on Manor Road and Corkscrew Lane. Absolutely with you there. And I think some things it will be a question of later the town council picking up. In terms of stewardship, that's a whole massive issue, isn't it? I don't know if there's anything, I mean, I think on the flooding, I think Simon's kind of answered that. Presumably, if they turn out to be, if the, you know, the level of rain that we're getting now turns out to be worse, there will be further modifications that we could insist on. I don't know further down the line if it turns out, I mean, you would seem to be saying that the flood authority is satisfied. And you know, but residents still seem to be a bit concerned about that. And I don't think anything about the sort of maintenance of trees that are going in and the arboriculturist point. I don't know whether that you could say anything about that. And I just had a quick query about the thing about the houses having the first 100, I think it says, have PV with gas. And then the second lot seem to be saying PV with air source heat pump, although it's not entirely clear. And I just like, why would you do the first 100 with the gas? Just why? Is there anything we can do in the conditions informative Z? Can we anything? There's been times before where we've encouraged developers to go a bit further, because if, you know, just why would you put gas in the first 100? Doesn't make any sense to me. So I don't know if there's anything. There may not be, I don't know, but I thought I'd ask the question.
Okay, so just on the speed limit on Manor Road, there is a planning condition on the outline which talks about a scheme of traffic calming on Manor Road, and that could incorporate a change of the speed limit as part of that. So it's been described that Manor Road is already fairly chicaned. It has lots of different obstacles along its stretch. It's the S-bends around Corkscrew Lane which are the particular safety concern, and the parallel footway cycleway in the site that we've secured through the outline will go some way to protect pedestrians. But I mean, I have raised within discussion groups around the future of Corkscrew Lane and Manor Road in terms of a through route, which I think we would want to have a conversation with the public about in the fullness of time. So Manor Road, Corkscrew Lane could be subject to a speed limit alteration via the planning condition for traffic calming that exists. Flooding, just to reiterate, we can get to a resolution. It depends on.
Simon, I don't know who it is, but somebody, you've just been muted, right? Thank you. My apologies.
It depends
Simon.
on how the applicant wishes to proceed. If they divert homes to the other pond, which has capacity, then the Rectory Road pond doesn't need any further alteration. If it does need some alteration, then it's either a minimal deepening or a small bund around the top. So under the auspices of the surface water planning condition that exists, then I'm content that that is a tweak that can be absorbed within that planning condition approval. Obviously, there are trees in the northern buffer, which I explained will, as far as you can ever make a tree live, if you barrier off the land in the first place so that construction traffic doesn't run over it, you stop the compaction, so you give it a chance that way, and then the management and maintenance of it will initially fall to the developer, and then the longer term management regime will kick into place, whether that is a specific site, private manco, or any other alternative, which may include the town council. So the management regime will fall to that body to carry through in line with the regime that is agreed, again via condition. The individual trees and landscaping within the development, incidental landscaping, street trees, etc., will either go to Manco, the Highway Authority, or individual homes, albeit there are some hedges, as I described on the Spine Road and the Green Streets, which we want to retain in more public ownership or in Manco ownership to avoid those hedges being ripped out, so that we retain and maintain the green garden town feel of the development. I think the frustration I detect with regard to the approach to gas is one that I'm sure is shared by many. We are in a transition period where probably if I presented this scheme in detail a year or two ago, it probably would have been all gas. The fact is that the revisions and iterations to the building regulations mean that developers are now moving and pivoting towards air source heat pumps, but the building regs, like it or not, do permit the use of gas. And so under this 242 house scheme, the first 100 will be provided with gas, and then air source heat pumps will serve the remainder of this parcel and then future parcels. The officers try and encourage within the will and wish of members on a variety of different things, many of which don't have a firm policy basis. So all we can do is encourage, and where you do encourage, you win some and you lose some, I guess. That's the whole point of encouragement. You can't, if you're not mandating it through a policy, then it's in the gift of the applicant to decide whether they want to or not. And the tension that we've always had in terms of whether it be Somerset West and Taunton's aspiration and now Somerset Council's aspiration is they've always looked to go beyond building regs, when in fact the national prescribed building regs is where developers are generally comfortable in delivering. So hopefully when I'm presenting the next parcel to you, it will be all air source heat pumps, and we can reflect on the transition from gas to all electric.
Thank you, Chair. Yes, so just following on from Councillor Ellis there. I mean, I think I've been doing planning for a year now, and I think actually seeing the number of houses now with solar panels and with air source pumps, I think there has been, just in the year, I've seen a significant improvement in what developers are doing. So I think it is certainly a move in the right direction. Sorry, going back to the flooding, I mean, I think that's quite a big issue, and I think very much highlighted by Caroline Pierce's photographs. And, this was an issue raised by the town council. I mean, I did notice Taunton Town Council raised this, and Amy's comments in her letter kind of stood out glaringly at the weekend when I was reading it. I mean, I could see in the report you're going to do an update, and I think actually the update is that they're satisfied. The LLFA is satisfied. I think I'd be more satisfied if I'd seen a letter with Amy Fletcher's name at the bottom of it saying, I am now satisfied that the measures have been addressed. Do you have such a letter with her name at the bottom of it?
No, I don't. The comments from the LLFA are as reported in the report with the update that I've given, which is they are not currently satisfied. We've set out why they're not satisfied, which is the freeboard.
Yeah.
And we've set out that our proposed way forward is to rely on the surface water planning condition that we have on the outline that requires the LLFA to be fully agreed before we sign off the condition which allows the developers to build.
So this is still work we're pursuing. And
Work we're pursuing, but I've come to this committee having narrowed down the issues significantly to that one point of freeboard. And as it was described, it's freeboard on a freeboard. So it's how many insurance policies do we want to protect from an issue which we have no control over. We have the pond adequately sized for current requirements as of today, which are greater than those that we agreed even last year and greater than the ones that we agreed 5 years ago. So we've already got a betterment through passage of time. And the photos that were sent obviously show pooling of water, but largely on the highway. And I'm not sure where this discussion is going to go in terms of, recommendations and whatnot, but I would have thought this committee would want to be absolutely assured that the flooding hasn't been caused by a lack of maintenance by this authority in its own highway drainage, because the reports from Mrs. Pearce quite clearly demonstrate that it's the highway drain which has collapsed. The CCTV evidence from Blore indicated it was the highway drain that was at fault. I've passed that on in the last fortnight, not received any acknowledgement. When that will be repaired, I don't know. But there is a point where you say, well, what more can the developer do than take on the roles and responsibilities of this council in maintaining and ensuring that when they come to planning committee, they've jetted and unblocked all the drains that we haven't unblocked, so that they get an easier ride at planning committee when people show photos of lots of water on the highway. So that's where I am, really. The developers have shown a scheme that will work. We've had photos showing water in the highway, but I would contend that that's due to the immense amount of rainfall that we've had, which has saturated everywhere, which is why there's photos of water running off fields, water that in the future will be captured in ponds and then released slowly back into the network. Or it's where highway trains should be taking that water away and they clearly don't. So I have an issue in putting that at the door of the developer and saying, because of that, we might frustrate you getting planning permission on your reserve matters.
I mean, does the developer have inroads to the council to try and get the drains fixed? Because otherwise they're going to be caught in the middle, isn't it? They'll just see flooding and everyone's going to say, is it them? Is it the highways? And nobody seems to be moving forward on it.
The photos that were shown for what I saw showed a myriad of different events across a fairly wide area. So they went out as far as Corkscrew Lane and the S-bend nearest the allotments where the watercourse actually is. And that's happened at least twice. I've seen that before this event. So it happens fairly regularly, and it's a low depression point in the highway. So there's a drainage issue clearly there in terms of getting that into the watercourse. Well, like I say, I go back to my dinner party introduction. I don't work for the Highway Authority, but Highway Authority officers are involved in every planning application. They see the letters, they see the issues that are raised. There's clearly an issue in communication between planning liaison officers and their maintenance teams in maintaining highway drainage. And then that gets put at the door of developers that say, well, you're just going to make that worse. Well, they are if the drains keep getting blocked and we don't maintain them.
And can I just come back to one thing that Rod Williams said about the staging of the traffic lights along Manor Road and just Step Grove there. Again, there's I think there are more concerns. If you're talking to highways, I'm passing on those comments. Could you also pass on that you've heard concerns from Shao Park that they are fearing that they're going to get blocked in from now on, because you get all these traffic lights changing, traffic backs up. If there's a possibility you can pass on to them that a keep clear sign outside Shell Park. If you're going to talk the highway,
Well,
pass that on.
I'm even less of a traffic light engineer than I am a highway officer, so I will pass on those issues. The issue around Shell Park has been raised previously, and just for everyone's benefit, the idea through the potential signalisation of Cross Keys, albeit the Highway Authority seems to have stepped back from that, but the other signals at Silt Mills, the entrance to this site, Shell Park, Manor Road, and then maybe this crossing, is that they all talk to each other through the mover technology, and therefore you have platoons of traffic that are sent through those, so that it is a bit more coordinated. But clearly those coming on side roads and pedestrians, who I would argue should have equal share of the say. Mr. Williams didn't seem to think that pedestrians should be prioritised and that cars should be allowed through and people should just wait. I tend to disagree with that, but the fact is that there will be some technology linking those lights together in time to ensure that that platoon of traffic is managed in an east-west direction. But people in Shell Park should be given their adequate chance to leave that estate as well.
Okay, thank you. I'm going to go to Derek, then Habib, and then Dave Mansell, please.
It's important to remember, obviously, what these applications are and what they are not. Clearly, this isn't about the principle of the development. Neither are these applications about matters which fall outside the limited scope of the reserved matters considerations. With that in mind, it's worth saying, of course, that there will be many people who lament the fact that this is going ahead at all, and the situation as it will be as compared with what it was before. But we can say that till the cows come home. It is happening, and we all know that. Really, this is about detail, and the devil is so often in the detail when it comes to schemes like these. It seems to me that what's been done, mainly by Simon, but also with other people who are in this room who've worked very hard in conjunction with the developers, means that the detail hopefully will be better on this scheme than it will have been on many other new build schemes around this area and elsewhere. But there are some concerns clearly still. I think the situation with the flooding, it is clearly a level of concern that shouldn't in any way be understated or dismissed. However, I think the point that's been made already is worth repeating. Nothing will start, work will not commence until the LLFA are happy with the surface water drainage scheme. I know that's not the be all and end all, because there's more to this than surface water drainage. But the fact that nothing will commence until there is, in effect, that letter that Nick referred to from the LLFA saying we're happy to start, that gives me a degree of confidence that we're doing the right thing if we were to pass this today. But some other little points on detail. The turning head, I don't want to be dismissive of it, because I do understand the logic for people in hillside cottages who say, well, at the moment, there's no turning head, and there are vehicles who go up Rectory Road to access our properties, delivery vehicles, bin lorries, etc., who manage perfectly well to come to then get back down, or they stop at Lawn Road, or whatever they do, they manage. But equally, it has to be recognised, doesn't it, that Rectory Road, when it's blocked off, is going to become a road where there is no option of going on. If you go up there by accident, you won't be able to carry on, and then you will have to reverse back in a way that you don't have to at the moment, and you'll have to reverse back down what will be essentially a pedestrian and cycle route being used by far more pedestrians and cyclists than currently use it, because it's an access to a large housing estate. So I think the reality is that turning head does have to happen, albeit I would encourage, and I think this has been recognised previously, that at Lawn Road there should be very, very clear signs saying no through road, don't carry on, whatever it needs to say to stop people from going up there speculatively or accidentally. Other points of detail, accent render. Some of the houses will be coated in accent render. I always find it unfortunate when you see new developments where when the rendered properties are rendered initially, it looks lovely and shiny and clean and these pretty pastel colours, but within 5 years you see green algae, and then the green algae turns into black marks and they look awful within a very short period of time. Clearly, sometimes that doesn't happen, so presumably there's some sort of anti-algae stuff you can put in the render. Can we please do that? I'm sure Blow don't want manky looking properties in 5 years' time any more than the rest of us. So please do that, because I don't want to see manky marks in 5 years. And other little things like the raised tables, great, but equally we'll all have seen developments where 5-10 years in, because the raised tables haven't been built very well, lorries go over and they start to sink, then the paving starts to crack and they look awful as well. So let's not be in that position. Let's get that right to start off with. I suppose the same point with the tree health. Let's make sure they do actually grow properly, so that nobody looks back in a few years' time and says, well, that got through as a tick box exercise, but half of them are dead. Let's just make sure it's right. It's in everybody's interest to make sure that it is right. There's a number of things I could go on about, particularly as the local member, but I think the reality is that what we have here, it may not be perfect, but actually as schemes like this go, it's good. And there's a lot of people in this room who deserve a lot of credit for getting it as good as it is. And I'm certainly minded at this stage to support it. All three, that is.
Thank you. Okay, we're going to move on to Habib and then Dave Mansell, please.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The residents in Orchard Grove have expressed severe impact of the larger scale construction. That's particularly mud and debris being dragged onto the nearby roads, creating safety hazards and pollution and disruption to daily life. Now, what I like to know is if we have a robust construction mitigation measures in place, and if Simon is happy with that. That's one of the questions. The other question is actually on the right of way that crosses the site. Can we ensure safe and uninterrupted access during construction, which in my view is quite essential? Thank you.
Yeah, so obviously there's always an impact for those who live on a site first when the rest of the site is being built out. And the big sites in Taunton are so big that there's a lot of residents on site for a long time whilst the rest gets built out. And that inevitably brings a host of different problems, from noise, dust, seasonal issues as well, that we see with, dirty water, dust in the summer, noise when people want to enjoy their new and expensive homes. And the measures that we rely on are the developers wanting to maintain good relations with their customers that they've just sold houses to. So the management of the site is very much down to the developers, and there's an absolute route for complaint from those new residents to the developer if they don't find that their site is being maintained particularly well and there's mud in the roads and whatnot. I mean, I think the most overworked person at Orchard Grove is the road sweeper, because I think they're up and down there almost like, it's like painting the Forth Bridge. They sort of, go to one end, and then by the time they look round, it's dirty again behind them. So they've got to go back, and that just carries on. There's nothing more I can do about that, because we have construction environmental management plans which set out a framework for how developers will approach those issues. They're mostly tailored, and they're also tailored to the public highway as well, so that mud doesn't sort of spill out into the public highway. But it's a quandary, isn't it? How do you go about it? If we allocate very large sites of hundreds and hundreds of dwellings, then the reality is that hundreds and hundreds of residents will be effectively on a building site for many years. And those residents, I guess, buy those homes knowing that that's going to be the case. So there's a certain element of going into buying these homes with your eyes wide open, that that's what you're going into. And it can't then be a surprise that there is a bit of noise from construction activity. But I'm not sure what the answer is to you, really, that would give you any more comfort other than me giving you some sop about, yes, we'll monitor it carefully and nothing will ever happen. Well, it does happen. It will happen. There will be noise. There will be dust. There will be gripes. But I think that's just part and parcel of the situation that we're creating here. It's a very, very large site. Orchard Grove also, by the fact it's got one point of access at the moment. And we heard this morning, while everyone was very happy that they managed to agree only 2 points of access to Orchard Grove, but that does mean that that activity is then concentrated for a long time on 1 point of access. So if you've got everything coming in and out of 1 point of access, then there's going to be noise, there's going to be lorries, there's going to be dust, there's going to be mud deposited on the road because you've focused everything in there instead of maybe spreading it out. So yeah, I don't know what answer you were looking for, other than I'm not going to be out there with a clipboard maintaining the roads in a dust-free and dirt-free manner. Council simply cannot do that. But there is a construction environmental management plan which looks at wheel cleaning, dust suppression when the summer period comes round. And I rely on the developer wanting to present their site in the best fashion possible to future and past customers.
Okay.
The right of way, so the West Dean Way, which is the one that runs through this parcel, will be upgraded insofar as it will receive a hog-in finish. But because it's sort of legally protected and contained within a fence and a hedge, it's not largely disrupted other than a few crossover points, the detail of which would need to be agreed with the rights of way team. The primary crossover is obviously the spine road. So the rights of way team need to be satisfied that is dealt with in a suitable manner. And then they also retain responsibility for the upkeep and maintenance of the right of way going forward. So the comments that they've made to date sort of chime with the highway authority about safe passage of crossing. The spine road is a non-signalised crossing, so it'll have tactiles in a normal way. As we've seen at Orchard Grove on the first phase, it'll be the same approach as that.
Okay. Dave Mansell, please.
Thank you. I just wish to make a few comments, sort of reflecting issues that have been raised. I must admit the list has sort of slightly grown though, as with the last few contributions. But I will keep it brief. So, but I felt to take the point raised by Habib and would say these construction environment management plans are really important for developments of all sizes, and perhaps even more so for bigger ones, and ensuring that they are followed through. That should be a key mechanism to protect those living nearby. There was a discussion. Well, firstly, I will just add also though to comments about the detail and attention to the detail that's been paid in this application and how it now sits. I would agree with that as well. It looks like a lot of care to get a good application has been done here. I'm sure there's always things you might like to be done differently, but clearly a good effort. Good effort has been made. There was mention about highways maintenance, and I can't help but say, in view of what was said, that I think many of us say it at other meetings many times. We've cut the highways maintenance budget back too much, and it's a problem. And this happened years ago, and it's still been having bites taken out of it. Now, what the service is on the website and can be looked at. And if anyone sees any problems on the road flooding, report it on the website. And especially if there is flooding, if drains are blocked, they should be dealt with. There is some reactive budget to deal with problems. So people should do that, and it does get a response from the council. It's perhaps a shame that it's left to that state. The website will also tell you how often the gullies are cleared, and in rural and urban areas, one's 2 years, one's every 4 years is their routine maintenance. So they're not done very often, and clearly. But anyway, it's not a planning issue. It is a highways maintenance issue, and the fact that the council's underfunded. So anyway, get off that hobby horse. Let's see. The employment land is raised, and I've sort of wondered about that, and it's been common. Clearly, I'm sure everyone's noticing. I hope developer council officers involved, you know, we'll be looking to encourage someone to take up that employment land, get it occupied, and get something good happening, so there is local employment for the new residents there. Because at the moment, as we're seeing, it's a space, but there seems to be no information on what is going to go in that space. Buses were mentioned a lot, and certainly something I was wondering about. I feel to a large degree reassured by the size of contributions that are coming forward. Clearly, you know, everyone will wish to see the detail of what that results in, but there is potential for something good to be done there. So I really hope that is how it ends up. A number of comments about planting, especially the buffer zones and getting planting up earlier. I can't say I've looked at the detail of the timing of, you know, landscaping and so on, but hopefully developers will look to get planting done early, especially for the benefits for wildlife and screening, I sense. Just very finally on energy, I do just wish to comment, although I'm not sure it takes us anywhere today, so I'm not looking to push further on it. But the climate emergency that the council's declared is a material planning consideration that we're aware of, and the climate positive planning does suggest that we should have expectations above building regulations. Now, from what I'm seeing, the application does propose to exceed building regulations, so that's good. The bit that feels disappointing has already been said, though, is that we've got all these gas boilers in the first 100 houses, and that means burning fossil fuels, which is the big thing that we've got to stop to address the ongoing climate change and the continued escalation of it. So we've really got to stop putting in more gas boilers, and the sooner they get replaced with something clean, the better. And that is the most effective thing to do, because they only take a third of the energy of other forms of heating, and they work really well. So that is your free form of energy with heat pumps, and the sooner all houses move to that, the better for bills and for the environment. So it is disappointing to see the first 100 of these houses are going to continue with gas boilers. But the suggestion is that they are exceeding the building regulations, so I'm not sure we can press further apart from to make the point and at least welcome the final 142 will have the much better heating option. And another disadvantage to the first 100, by the looks of it, as well as having to put up with the construction, they've also got the worst heating systems. Never mind. Well, yeah, I won't say never mind, because that's not what I think at all. But anyway, there we go. Overall, a lot of good work has been done here, and when it's built and completed for the housing, well, clearly there will be some benefits. Right, thank you.
Thank you. Norman.
Thank you. So, thank you, Mr. Chairman. Not quite sure how to start this. It's sort of a question. Over the time I've been a councillor, I've been involved in my patch with 3 medium-sized developments, 100 houses apiece, 3 larger, 150 to 320, and 1, which I think Caroline would call humongous, at 1,300. And now I'm waiting for the next application that's going to be 1,500 with a side issue of another 240. So that it's going to be another one as big as this one. One constant that we've had all the way through, which has been helpful because it's been a learning progress all the way through, is the involvement of the parish council. A heavy involvement of the parish council from day one on all of it, to build the community, to do all sorts of things. So I guess in some sense, this is a message to Taunton Town Council. You've got to get involved. And one thing I'm sure that the questions today have shown they want, and that is the landscape and everything that makes a new development look established, if you like. They want that in place as soon as possible to make it part of it, and people will belong there rather than be living on a building site. That comes down to maintenance companies then and the builders going in. And one thing's for sure, there are builders and then there are builders. And looking after tree doesn't come very easily, shall we say, to some of them. Some of them think that having planted a tree, they can walk away and leave it. It doesn't need watering, for instance. That was a quote I had a couple of years back. And what does make a difference, if you can get the parish council, which the town is a big one, involved in and commit itself to at an early stage to going to be taking over the management insofar as ownership of the land. And we'll have management companies there, and we'll have residents as the board, and we'll have 2 or 3 from Taunton Town Council on the board steering it. So we'll stay in touch. But if you can get it in at day one, then you can go round and knock on those doors, which will get your supporters, of course, and get them to try and take ownership with trees, etc., in a dry summer for group watering of different such. There's all sorts of ways you can do it. But unless you get that support in to very vulnerable new little twiglets, you'll lose them. You'll lose that establishment. Yes, they're called whips. I know they're called whips. I've planted too many of the damn things. But I was thinking of the BAFTA awards. Sorry. But and then you get delays in replanting them. And then you see some areas that you know in other development where they've been planted and grown and they're 20 foot high, and the ones that are being planted in are still 2 foot in this area that should be 20, 30 foot high. So it is a question to Simon to say, work harder with Taunton Town Council and hit her over the head more often. And for the local people that are here, get involved and drive towards that, because if you get that community buy-in, you'll get a better establishment in the area.
On that note, I will also advocate that part of our local plan insists on a 10-year maintenance programme rather than a 5.
Just pick up the point, just to add a bit more context to the northern buffer planting, which is the bat mitigation. So condition 16 says that a minimum of 7.11 hectares without Staple Grove East or 6.83 hectares with Staple Grove East is to be delivered for replacement habitat. Because there was a query about bringing it forward and why hasn't it been done by now? Well, the condition requires 5 hectares of this enhancement to be planted in the first available planting season from the commencement of groundworks. Well, the groundworks have only just started. So that's why the phasing plan that I showed indicated 5.88 hectares being delivered in the next planting season of October 26 to March 27. So just to confirm that phasing is fully in line with the condition, which would have been underpinned by the HRA that was created to deal with the impacts on the resident bat population, which sound like are even more numerous than we knew about. You're going to get me on my hobby horse about site management and maintenance, which I won't repeat again, but I can't do any more than buy a mower and do it myself. I've lobbied the town council in its shadow form and its current form for years. Councillor O'Donnell will testify for the fact that I turned up at a town council meeting in the evening in my own time to argue and encourage and coerce them into confirming management arrangements at Orchard Grove, because I genuinely feel it's the best outcome in the round. It's better for the town council because they will get the blame anyway. It's better for the residents because it will be a more economically viable solution for them, and it will ultimately result in a better outcome. And we're all here for better outcomes than we've had to date. We've all had to sit through these frustrations of, willing a tree to grow and it just doesn't. And, we all suffer from that. you know, the council has difficulties in keeping trees alive as well. You only have to go around some of the highway schemes to understand that. So I think we will get there. I think we will get there. The town council is obviously it's an emerging new organisation, and it's finding its way and its feet in lots of different things. It's been given 101 things to do at once, of which this is one, and not insignificant. And I think we will get to the right outcome in the end, and it'll be the right outcome for the town, is my firm belief.
Okay, Habib.
Just a quickie, if I may. I think Norman said Simon to work a bit harder. So whether that's going with a lone work,
Doesn't
I
mean
think
you need
that's
to join, yeah?
is debatable. But joking aside, I think you mentioned, Simon, about the tree plantation between October and March. March is a bit late because that's where most of your plants you'll find will die, because you hit spring and then lack of water and everything else. If I may suggest that, larger than average mulching on top of that when plantation takes place, and rather than bare root, have a bold root, they actually last a bit longer. This is experience, from having a garden center or whatever. I think it's important to actually note that, all the attenuation pond that you have, depending on the level of the sites, it might not be a bad idea to sort of have a watering system attached to, if it's a spring fed or whatever, to some of these trees. So it makes life a little bit easier. This is what we used to have at the garden center. So some ideas to sort of have in mind, perhaps.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. As Councillor Perry said some hours ago, I think we are we've got very limited room for manoeuvre in what we're being asked to do this afternoon. And I think Derek summed up very well the position that we're in, what we can and can't do, and how we need to move forward. So if Derek is moving anything, I will support that.
Are you moving anything, Derek?
Yeah, but also,
All right.
I also recommend.
Okay, excellent. Were you proposing to second that, Stephen? Right. Okay. So, I
think we've
absolutely agree.
we've heard a very helpful comments this afternoon from residents, members of the public, Inspector Pearce particularly. I know all of those comments have been taken into account. I know that Mr. Fox is doing his level best to make sure that these developments are as successful as they possibly can be and as appropriate as they possibly can be. I think what this afternoon has demonstrated is that we've spent 3 hours looking in great detail at these things, and where we can make some changes, we will. But we have to accept the fact that a lot of this is already cast.
Okay, thank you very much for that. So on that basis, this is for item 5 on our agenda, 38240295. And it's a proposal to go with the officer's recommendation for granting permission, subject to the conditions, and obviously the conversations that still need to be had. I note that unfortunately on this item, item 5, that Gwyl, you're not able to vote on this one. Okay, but you will be able to vote on 6 and 7 and 8 when we get there. Yes, Gwyl.
When I came back into the meeting, I wasn't entirely certain at what point during the presentation I was, so I will step out of number 6 as well, but I will vote on number 7
and hopefully 8. Right. Okay. That's fair enough. Okay. Well, that's reasonable. Okay. In that case, it's been proposed and seconded. Can I see those in favour, please? Right. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 9, 4. Any against? None against, and 1 abstention. No, it's not an abstention, is it? 1 not voting. Sorry, my apologies. I'm getting tired. No vote. Okay. Right, we're going to move on to application 6, which for reference is 3825-0230, which is the reserve matter for the Spine Road. And the recommendation is it be granted, and this is the one where we needed to make sure that Simon Fox had our authority, and we may need to, you may choose to designate the wording of those conditions to myself as chair, the head of planning, perhaps with Derek Perry as well, and Simon Fox. So, do you want to
Primary recommendation is as on the screen. It's a clean recommendation to grant subject to the conditions that this bit.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Housing one, it's got a bit more to it.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I've got here on my papers that the Highway Authority and LLFA on amended plans subject to conditions is Appendix 1. Decision delegated to chair.
Yeah.
Okay. My apologies. In that case, it's a straight recommendation to approve. Do we want to speak on that? Do we want to prolong the discussion on item 6?
Well, as the proposer, I'm quite happy that Simon made clear that in his presentation that's what was being recommended. So I'm proposing as per.
You'll propose that as well.
Thanks, Stephen, is seconding.
So, and Stephen is seconding again. Thank you, Stephen. Okay, can I see those in favour, please? 1, 2. So again, it's 9 and 1 not voting. Not vote. Okay, we're moving on to item 7 on our agenda, which is 3825-0319. This is the reserve matters for the 242 dwellings, and recommendation, here it is. We've got some recommendations up there, which is granted with the conditions listed at Appendix 1. And no, hang on a minute.
Yes, with regard to Appendix 1, altering Condition 1 in the way stated here, adding Condition 18, and on page 2, adding the following highways informative.
Yeah. Okay. No obstruction, 600 mil. Yeah, that was all as discussed during the meeting. Is there anything else on there to add, Simon?
No, it's just over 2 pages, Chair. Just remember, it's over 2 pages.
So condition 1's changed, new condition 18 and adding to the informative.
Yeah, so condition 1 is changed, and the added condition 18 is a change to the informative, as we discussed.
And again, as proposed, I'm quite happy that Simon made it clear in his presentation that that's what he was recommending, and I'm proposing that.
Thank you, Derek.
Josh is just putting in a plea to make sure that Simon sends him that wording.
I cannot type that.
Thank you, Stephen. I was coming to you in just a moment. I was trying to let Josh catch up. You'll catch up on that one. You'll catch up with us, please. I know that. Yeah. Okay. So can I see those in favour of that approval, please? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. That's 10 of us. That's 10. Okay. Right, well, thank you very much for that, ladies and gentlemen. We now move on to the penultimate item on our agenda, which is item 8. Yes. I'd like to thank the members of the public for their attendance today, and I hope that you are satisfied that you were listened to and you had the opportunities to make your comments. I apologise again for the gremlin. I don't know where that gremlin came from, but we've chased it out of the building, so hopefully we won't have that problem again.
Josh, we've been going for more than 3 hours, so don't we have to do another?
Amazingly, it's the Simon Fox show this afternoon. So if we can move on to item 8, which is application 43. Right. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, this is application 43250088, an application for reserved matters, and it's Longforth Park, land to the north of Taunton Road, Wellington, TA 218RS. And Simon Fox is our presenter today, and the applicant is Bloor Homes. So, Simon, when you're ready.
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this application relates to the area called Longforth in Wellington. Members will hopefully know this site as the future railway station site on the north side of Wellington and to the north of Taunton Road. Longforth was an allocation, or is an allocation, in the core strategy. Part or mostly built out in terms of the first phase by Bloor, and the subsequent second phase, which we're dealing with today, also the site now also purchased by Bloor. So we've had an afternoon of Bloor applications. You will note on this allocation plan that the application site, which is this purple site here, was allocated for employment. But the outline application, which came to committee in May of 24, the decision issued later in August 24, established residential use of the site in lieu of that commercial use because of the emergence of the railway station project on part of the site, and the insistence and confirmation that the commercial businesses to the west of the site of the whole allocation, so Protects, Rely On and Swallowfield, were not inclined to move to the purple land, which was what the intention was in the policy. So the combination of effects of those businesses not wanting to move and us wanting to consume the funding and delivery of a spine road to a railway station led to this committee approving residential use on this application site. I think it's probably later in the afternoon that I can mention Green Wedge again. Is everyone over that? So there is a Green Wedge through the site, which we'll come back to. But this is what the allocation actually sought. It was warehouses. I've actually made this up. This is not AI. This is just my own cack-handed way of superimposing the factories on the site. But that's effectively what the policy required. But it's these two large fields here and this little one here that we're dealing with. The corner of the site has already been built out with the Lidl supermarket. Here's some drone shots provided by Bloor showing the site in September 24, which gives a good indication of the nature of the site, with the railway to the north, land north of the railway off of Worldworth Way being a separate current planning application for residential use. Long Copse, which is this bank of woodland, which follows the old Grand Western Canal, and then Lodge Copse, which is this area in the foreground, which is the start of the old carriageway up to Ninehead Court. If I spin round, the countryside to the north of Long Copse is within the registered park and garden of Ninehead Court. It's grade 2 listed, and the tail of that registered park and garden comes down into Lodge Copse, immediately adjacent to the site. What you can see from this image is that Green Wedge effect. So this field here has been transferred to the town council under phase 1 to be used for allotments. And then this field here, the lighter green field, is what I've coined the ecology field. And that's largely due to the presence of this tree accommodating a significant bat roost. And this application takes in half of the outline application established informal open space of half of this field with a new hedgerow hedge bank to be created through the middle of the site to secure the ecology field as a impenetrable public ecology area for the benefit of biodiversity. And this was all reflected in the outline master plan. So you can see here, this is the hedge bank through that field. The right-hand side, the east, will be informal public space, largely for dog walking, but will also be planted out with new habitat and new trees for visual interest. To also help partly mitigate the impact on bats, a large area to the north of the railway, which is currently agricultural land, is to be also planted up with native woodland to provide connectivity between the single tree, hobby copse and long copse. I don't know what we're going to call this bit in here, maybe wedge copse or something like that. The master plan was predicated on an access from Ninehead Road going diagonally across to this field, which is where the railway station is to be located in future. You can see here the GWRN sign indicating where the railway station is to be delivered. The other aspects of the site were employment land towards the railway station end and Station Square, which was to be the area of public realm and sense of arrival from the railway station. There is also a cycle footway connection onto Taunton Road, which runs along the western boundary, which will serve the development, but then also the railway station in future. So in future, it's envisaged that there will be an application on this field, which is in the Green Wedge, for the railway station and its car park. Subsequent to the outline, in March of 25, I presented 2 reserve matters applications, this one for the Spine Road drainage and that footway cycleway connection, and a separate application to the head of that for Station Square. So we have approved this corridor, and this was to underpin the deal that the council struck with the developer that this road would be constructed in full by September of this year, so that the railway station could be accessed by it. It looks like it will at least serve the construction period now and not need adjacent and additional haul roads to be created. So roll forward now to this reserve matters application for 178 properties, amended during the course of the application from an initial proposed 161 properties. But you can see the main characteristics are the same. We've got the same Spine Road, which is reapplied for through this reserve matters. The approval of the reserve matters just for the Spine Road corridor allowed all the technical work to proceed. So it wasn't done in vain. It was done with a deliberate purpose to inform the Section 38 technical approval process, which Bloor have been going through with the Highway Authority over the past few months. And this will enable a commencement on the Spine Road within the coming weeks in order to deliver by September as per the Section 106 agreement. The other main facets of the site remain unchanged. The employment land remains next to Station Square, which is greyed out here. The employment land has been slightly manipulated in shape and size to the south, particularly of the Spine Road. Otherwise, the development takes a fairly sort of simple approach with access points to the north and to the south. To the south, there's a loop that comes through a central square, which is a piece of public realm and I think an area of delight within the scheme. And then otherwise, the scheme includes cul-de-sacs and private drives. As is familiar with these main spine streets now, where they have a cycleway running alongside them, and in this case it runs along the northern edge, the properties on the cycle road, on the cycleway side, are largely served by parking courts that are either behind or to the side of them. So there's minimal crossovers of that cycleway to improve efficiency and safety. Whereas to the south, where there's just a footway, there are more crossovers with properties having parking to the sides in a often semi-detached form. So this is the general phasing plan. This shows that the Spine Road and the attenuation for the Spine Road and the rest of the site is to be in phase 1, and then the blue in phase 2, and then the red in phase 3. This plan shows boundary treatments. There's some formality at the site entrance opposite the Lidl supermarket with boundary enclosures, and then boundary enclosures on prominent plots along the Spine Road. Within the heart of the development, in this area here, if I just get my pointer, there's a more relaxed sense of boundary treatment with hedging, akin to the Staple Grove example, where it is envisaged that hedging again goes into a private manco to ensure its provision longer term. At the general boundary provisions are either low reconstructed stone walls or railings. This shows the distribution of materials. Again, we haven't got to the point of agreeing specific manufacturers' details, but again, the mix of materials are broadly agreeable, with the use of red brick, a multi-red brick, a buff brick, and reconstructed stone, again with accent renders. And grey and red roof tiles are proposed. So the specific manufacturer's details will be agreed via condition. I'll come back to that in a moment. So these are some indicative street scenes of the proposed properties. Here you can see the materials in more detail. Also of interest is the detailing of the individual properties. So this scheme employs brick banding as a characteristic of Wellington. So that's brought through quite nicely as a reference and a nod to the more historic core of the town. We're obviously not replicating the historic core of Wellington, but it's a nod nonetheless. And these are picked up in some of the extract house type drawings that I've included here. The contrast of red brick with buff banding, and then a buff house with red brick banding. And again, variations in height from 2.5 story to 2 story. There are no bungalows on this scheme, but there are some flats over garages. So again, we've got our corner turners that are showing bay windows and windows on key elevations for interest. Here's a flat over garage with actually a drive-through that serves a rear parking court. And we also, in order to boost the number of dwellings on the site, because I did have a concern during the course of the application that 161 dwellings out of the permitted outline of 200 was simply under delivery, and that the council's 5-year land supply relies on our outlines performing to as much to their maximum as possible. We did get to 178, and that has felt like it's the right balance, and that has been partly boosted by the incorporation of this apartment block, which will sit towards the station end, where higher height properties are envisaged through the commercial areas. Again, just opportunities to look at properties that are reconstructed stone, and those more characterful properties with red brick on the ground floor with an accent render at the first floor. So here's some images. This is the approach into the site. So you've from this angle, we're just sweeping round from Ninehead Road into the new Spine Road. So this is the first house you will see, and then that street. You've got the formality of the reconstructed stone walling, and then the railings and hedging going up into the site. Obviously, the left-hand side is characterised by some railing, some galvanised railing containing a supermarket car park. This is then the same sort of view from a slightly different angle. And then some of the peripheral green spaces with the paths going around and these edge properties looking out. And then this is a glimpse of the central square with its paved courtyard with central green space. And within that central green space will be one of 3 trees that are being planted as legacy trees as a replacement to the 1 tree preservation order which has been felled. And that was detailed in the Spine Road application, where the Spine Road was lined up with a protected tree which couldn't be preserved. So that 1 TPO is being replaced by 3 legacy trees, one of which is in this square. The other 2 are located, one at the site entrance, which will be literally just to the right of this property here, so very visible, and the other one's in an open space towards the west. So this is the type of formality and enclosure to that square. And these are the set of landscaping drawings which then permeate across the site. So the Spine Road has glass verges, it has street trees, there is planting to front gardens. Some of those hedges will be retained within the Manco for onward preservation. Some will be public, some will be private. Around the western edge, we have the cycleway footway. Along there, we have some dwell points with some seating. And then the informal landscaping within the retained part of the ecology field. The other part of the ecology field will not be open to public access. This half will be. It's not been formalised so as not to create the need for any hard infrastructure, any lighting, any other aspects that might be impactful on the bat population, but it's just an informal field that can be used in a myriad of informal ways and will provide additional dog walking routes, I'm sure. Towards the north of the site, we have a leap, which is situated along the Spine Road. We have a small orchard, and then we have the attenuation that is carried over from the Spine Road reserve matters. The ponds are to be in themselves landscaped with marginal plants. And then this is the final drawing showing the area around what will be the station entrance. So here's a few photographs. This shows the alignment of the Spine Road going into the site. The supermarket's to the left. Just panning around, this is where the first street will be built. And then from Taunton Road, the site here on the left-hand side, the decision here was to back houses onto the hedge rather than front houses onto the hedge. There's always a conflict of how you approach these things, because if you presented a frontage to Taunton Road, you'd have backs within the development. So what we've decided is to front houses within the development, create nice streets, and then this hedge will be allowed to grow up, be boosted by additional landscaping, and create a nice green break as you sort of come out of the town centre. I should say, looking at this cycling infrastructure on Taunton Road, and I've captured the one moment a car wasn't passing, that wasn't deliberate. There is a substantial amount of money from the outline to pay for off-site cycle connectivity, which will include a scheme along Taunton Road, which is being progressed now by colleagues in the active travel team. I've shown you some drone footage from above. These are just some photos that were presented March last year with the Spine Road application, just showing the general lie of the land. There's nothing particularly sort of exceptional in terms of landscape features. We have a couple of large trees and we have the hedgerows which are incorporated within the scheme.
Okay.
Updates to my report. There are no additional public representations, and a briefing note was circulated to members
indeed
yesterday, I believe.
Yeah, it was yesterday.
In terms of updates from consultees, the LLFA are assessing amended plans. Those amended plans have come about through discussions with the LLFA. So we're fully expecting the LFA to confirm with a letter with Amy's name at the bottom of it that they're happy with it. We do also have the fallback position of conditions 9 and 10 on the outline, which would still otherwise still require discharge anyway. Similarly, amended plans are being assessed by the Highway Authority. Again, that has followed an in-person meeting that Blore held with the Highway Authority in this very building to confirm what those amended plans should contain. So again, it's fully expected that the Highway Authority will ratify those plans, but we just haven't had that in time for this meeting. And in my report, I provided commentary around the location of a signalised crossing along the Spine Road that has been thankfully reverted back to the original approved Spine Road position. Network Rail are satisfied with the noise assessment and mitigation. They were concerned about the potential added impacts from noise from their station on proposed dwellings, but the noise report indicates that the noise mitigation that was otherwise going to be put in place for the general railway noise is sufficient to cater for any additional noise caused by the station itself. But they are still querying the proximity of the attenuation basin lip, so the toe of the basin to their infrastructure and their boundary, and clarification from the applicant is to be provided to Network Rail in due course. Environmental health, note the detail around the specific commercial land uses is to follow. So this was about environmental health being concerned about noise from future commercial uses on residents, but because we don't have the details of those commercial uses, we can't tell what those noise impacts are, other than to say that we will require noise assessments and mitigation at the reserve matter stage for those commercial uses, and that uses are restricted to residential compatible uses like Class E and Class F. So don't comprise B2 general industry and B8 warehousing, where noise issues may be more likely. So that will follow when those commercial uses come forward. So the material considerations in this case are not dissimilar to those in the previous applications. Applications for reserve matters are limited in scope and cannot revisit fundamentals. Placemaking principles are fully reflected. Works are due to start imminently on the main street to provide access to the future railway station and to be completed by September 26. Additional and consistent housing delivery is important to the Council's 5-year housing land supply. The outline consent secured a significant active travel contribution. All neighbouring neighbour representations have been assessed and a response has been given to each point, and no issues remain that cannot be dealt with via suggested or already imposed conditions, or indeed the terms and clauses of the signed Section 106 agreement.
Okay.
So on that basis, Mr. Chairman, the revised recommendation is that planning permission be granted subject to the conditions listed at Appendix 1 as amended, subject to no adverse comments from the Highway Authority, LLFA or Network Rail, to include any conditions requested by those bodies in their final confirmation of comments. And if they do, then those conditions be imposed, and any additional plan and document insertions are added to condition 1. All of that to be delegated to your good self, Mr. Chairman, with the head of planning. The revisions to the condition 1 to reflect updated drawings and revision numbers are stated on this slide. Effectively, every revision stated in my report has gone on one letter in the alphabet. I'm deleting the materials condition because we haven't got to the point of agreeing those manufacturer details. So that's going to be deleted and replaced with another condition. And it's to include a proposed air source heat pump and PV plan, which is revision A. Now, similar to Staple Grove, because it's the same developer, there will be initially some homes served by gas, moving on to heat pumps in the second phase. So the revised condition continues with an alteration of condition 2, which changes that materials emphasis and an additional informative, which would be number 6, which has been requested by Network Rail. So the revised recommendation is to grant with those caveats. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Excellent. Thank you very much. I have one public speaker on this item, which is Ollie Thorogood. Mrs. Thorogood, if you'd like to come forward to the desk, you may have heard me say this once or twice today. Make yourself comfortable, push your button, that's it. Red light's on. You've got 3 minutes when you start talking.
Thank you, Chair, and thank you, Simon, for the comprehensive presentation. My name is Ollie Thorogood. I'm a planning consultant at Carney Sweeney and the agent for this application. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak on behalf of Bloor Homes, who are the applicants and developer. The officer report supporting the recommendation before you today is categorical in emphasising the importance of this development in facilitating the new railway station for Wellington. The development plays an instrumental role in the delivery programme for the new railway station, providing land for the station and access road to it. Bloor Homes and our consultant team has worked extensively with officers in developing the layout and architectural approach for this development. This is recognised in your officer's report. We also met with Wellington Town Council in advance of any design work to understand the local issues associated with this important site and project. Attention has been paid to architectural detailing, boundary treatments, road surfaces, open spaces to ensure that the palette of materials and detailing reflects the strong characteristics of local vernacular in what will be a key gateway development for Wellington, given the proximity to the railway station. Bloor Homes is committed to the timely delivery of the full extent of the link road, demonstrated by the earlier approval of reserve matters for the road, drainage and the station square. Information to discharge relevant planning conditions for these approvals has been submitted and the required ecological licences have been secured to ensure a prompt commencement. At all stages, the council and the applicant have proceeded positively with a view to facilitate access to the railway station, meaning that the site is in a very good place to deliver what is needed. The application that's being presented is one for the approval of reserve matters. The principle of residential development of the site has already been established following the grant of outline planning permission in 2024. As such, the detailed matters to be considered today are the appearance, landscaping, layout and scale of the proposed development. The development of the railway station will look to foster sustainable patterns of movement and encourage active travel. This development feeds into that vision, with the proposal including a segregated footway cycleway in the west, connecting to cycle lanes along Taunton Road and towards the town centre, which are to be supported and enhanced by the developer through financial contributions. The path is well overlooked by dwellings and is lined with play on the way equipment to encourage active use and natural surveillance. 2 crossings are proposed in 2 locations along the central spine road to allow for safe crossing for pedestrians and cyclists accessing the station. Simon mentioned Network Rail and the clarification sought. What they require is a cross-section identifying the extent of earthworks and in proximity to the embankment. In addition, an equipped play area is provided in the centre of development, as well as the addition of a community orchard and seating areas around the development following comments received from officers. To quote the conclusion in the officer's report, the application accords the development plan when taken as a whole, and the continued delivery of housing will contribute to the council's 5-year housing land supply. We therefore hope that you will support the officer's recommendation for approval.
Okay, thank you. Time was almost perfect. Thank you for that. Right, ladies and gentlemen, I've got three councillors who want to speak. I would remind you that 6 o'clock we need to have an extension for half an hour if we've not finished. So Andy Hadley, Gwyl Wren, and then Stephen Pugsley, please. Oh, sorry, and David.
Thank you, Chair. First of all, I must apologise. I'm going to declare a personal interest. Only because I work for Lidl's. I don't work for that store there, but obviously Lidl's are going to benefit from. But I just thought I'd make that for the benefit of being open. I don't work for that branch. No, I've got no. I mean, they're obviously going to benefit, but I won't.
Thank you for that, Andy.
2 other points. Basically, looking at the development, I really can't see an awful lot wrong with it, to be fair. There doesn't seem to be an awful lot of controversial comment against it. The only thing I will ask is, because I know there was a little bit of controversy over the Spine Road, and where the priority would be turning into the Spine Road, and they were looking to try and buy a piece of land off Lidl's in order to make that happen. Did that happen? Have they managed to resolve that, or are we still making that a very difficult corner?
Yeah, so the situation is actually more or less the same as it was when presented the Spine Road Reserve Matters, insofar as it's unlikely we will get the continuous alternative access that the 106 made provisions for. So that the priority T junction will remain as it currently is. The issue that was at the forefront of the Highway Authority's minds and Lidl's minds at the time when I presented the Spine Road Reserve Matters was the fact that Lidl hadn't built their stretch of Spine Road to the required adoptable standards that they were contractually obliged with their landowner to deliver. It's taken 6 months or more to rectify that, and you may have, members may have noticed the road having been re-levelled over the last few months. The Highway Authority have confirmed that the road now has been built, modified to an adoptable standard, and will be adopted as part of the wider ongoing Spine Road works going down through the site that Blore will continue. The discussions around cycling connectivity remain as such that Lidl are open to a conversation about council and or Blore taking a meter's worth of land in order to provide LTN 120 compliant width cycleway connection out of the site. However, they weren't willing to confirm that 100% until their own road issues had been resolved. So my first call, probably tomorrow, if this is approved or is approved subject to the recommendation with all the other caveats, is to remind Lidl that we still want this land and to move that forward. So my firm intention is that the cycleway connectivity is provided as originally intended. There may be some consideration that we need to give Lidl for that, and there will obviously be an additional cost in delivering that extra cycleway surfacing. That all comes out of the alternative access fund that was secured via the Section 106 agreement. And if we don't build the alternative access, then the residual money will go back into a pot to deliver affordable housing or education provision elsewhere, as per the terms of the legal agreement. And just to reconfirm, the reason why the alternative access was frustrated was because it would effectively require the closing down of the Spine Road, which Lidl would not sanction because it would interrupt and cease their trading for the period the road was closed. So they simply would not agree to that, but they are more amenable to us taking a slither of land because that clearly doesn't require the whole road to be closed. So that's the update on the access arrangements, which I know are of absolute concern and will remain of absolute concern to Ninehead Parish Council, who have made representations consistently and persistently on that issue.
Sorry, I'm getting tired. Yeah, I'm sure they do. Okay, Will.
Yeah, well, unsurprisingly, I'm going to sort of champion what Ninehead Parish Council has been saying. There's a lot of anecdotal information that people coming off the roundabout heading into Ninehead there are a lot of near misses there, so it's only going to be exacerbated when there are 178 houses and the station is working. I appreciate that if Lidl are not prepared to sell the land or release it to improve the junction, that's something we're going to have to live with, but I suspect it'll be something the Unitary Council will have to deal with at some point in the future. The junctions are, it's looking at your report on page 120, it says the junctions are currently being reviewed under the technical audit process. So does that mean these are the junctions within the layout, or is it the main junction off the minor road to Ninehead? Because that would imply that the Highways Authority is not entirely comfortable with some of the junction arrangements. It also goes on to say that shared surface streets appear too narrow and will not be adopted. Refuse parking, vehicle tracking is constrained in place. I don't know what that means. So there are clearly, and you mentioned this in your report, there are clearly some outstanding highways matters. And I just wanted assurance, if we are going to pass this, that these are going to be pursued with your normal vigour. And that there is, we don't end up with substandard arrangements, bearing in mind that this junction and the road layout is going to get a considerable amount of use if the station is built. And finally, I think you mentioned the little square in the middle, and you referred to an area of delight. And I just wondered, I did wonder what activities were being reserved for that particular area. You don't have to answer that, but I would like your assurance about the road layout.
I'm not sure members ever use the word vigour and delight in the same speech, to be honest. So, so the Highway Authority are considering the technical plans for the remainder of the Spine Road, and as part of this Reserve Matters application, have assessed the visibility and workability of the rest of the streets. So that's what they've done. In my report, what I've done is I quoted their original response, which set out a series of different queries and concerns, which did relate to the extent of paving, to the narrowness of streets. And this is where we go back to our previous conversation about placemaking, trying to keep things intimate rather than have large expanses of tarmac, because we want 7-metre wide roads, especially on streets that are barely going to have a car past them on an hour, let alone need to pass each other on a regular basis. So this layout plan is the modified plan following discussion with the Highway Authority about these comments which have been replicated in my report. So, for example, if I pick out a couple, this street here was paved down to this junction, but the intervention of the Highway Authority has led to this first bit being tarmacked instead. This loop round here to this point was entirely paved to create a sort of home zone type feel where low traffic, kids could throw a ball, bit of Kirby perhaps in the street. The Highway Authority required that to be reduced, and this reverted to tarmac. Some of the roads, or several of the roads, have been widened due to the Highway Authority requiring 7-metre width roads. So that's where we get to. It's the placemaking objectives of trying to create intimate streets which calm traffic, are clearly shared surface by the use of paving, and us trying to put obstacles in the way to make cars slow down, against the opposite, which is let's straighten everything, give them pavements and tarmac them. And that's the journey we're still on in trying to get good residential outcomes. The Spine Road will obviously be busy. There's no reason why these back streets could be very, very different in character. And the Staple Grove example and this example show that we are trying our level best to try and include elements that make these places more livable. And the square issue, which emanated in the master plan, so there it is there. This was as highway compliant approach as we could take, and I think if the Highway Authority had their way, that wouldn't be there at all. So it'd be no delight. So for me, an area surrounded by housing in this way, paved with landscaping, a legacy tree in it, is about as delightful as it gets for me.
Delightful.
There you go. So for me, that's going to be an area that is photographed, gives identity to the scheme, and for those residents, gives them something to look out onto other than a tarmac road.
Okay, Stephen.
Just looking out Fox's Delight range, pink pepper and rose, top notes of mandarin, blackcurrant, plum and damson. So there you are.
Excellent. I'm
£5.99 plus
fully
delivery.
informed.
Would it be possible? Well, possibly. Would it be possible to put the recommendations up again on the screen? I think that to echo something we've said before, this is as good as it's going to be. And I commend Mr. Fox for the work that he's done on this again, and I would like to move the recommendations.
I forgot we had a quick break, so we've got another 10 minutes, but let's not have any extensions, please. Okay, can we have a half-hour extension? It would appear that we have a half-hour extension.
Thank you. I hadn't appreciated until this meeting that certain aspects of planning committee are a race to get to certain points first. I will have to note what I've learned today. But anyway, I've got a few questions. Just trying to make sure bases are covered and I've understood things. I did note the discussion just had on the back streets and character. It sounds as though we've got to where we are. I will comment. I feel a bit disappointed on that, but I think that that's shared by others. That yeah, the back streets that could have been made more places for people to enjoy where they live and not be dominated by the needs of the car. It's very disappointing. That's clearly not what we should be doing. So. Anyway, it sounds as though people have pushed on that, but and probably those of us on scrutiny and elsewhere need to be mindful of that, because we don't seem to be coming up still with quite the right outcomes. With that in mind, and I do apologise if I've not followed quite enough, because I realise this was being discussed, but I'm not sure whether I've got it quite yet. There was comment in the report 1238 and beyond, sort of 1241, about cycle connectivity and crossing. Now I think it said that that's been resolved, so I'm sort of just checking that, or is this still an outstanding issue? Is there anything more we should perhaps be doing to make sure that it is addressed? Can I also ask a question on cycle connectivity, and possibly if we have one of the sort of the master plans up? What I'm just thinking, and again this is very much a question, but the Grand Western Greenway cycleway proposal on the other side of the railway, we clearly want to make sure it connects up well with the railway station, which ideally means it comes round to this side of the railway. I don't know whether we can get the layout up with the drawings you had, which showed it quite well. It would help if we could get those up on the slides. Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, there, that works. So it's to the north here. So this is the question. I know, Simon, I think you've got understanding of the issues here. Is there anything that we should be doing to try and ensure that the connection to the Grandway, the Grand Western Greenway cycle path can come round and connect into the station. I seem to recall some discussion of possibly, you know, the top northern bit of having some sort of cycle connection through there. Is there anything that we should be looking to make sure we've protected in that regard? I was wondering, and just continuing, and we'll finish soon. I won't push on this one either, in view of what's been said on heat pumps and the photovoltaics. I will accept what's been said, that it's similar to the last one. I was wondering, I must admit, I hadn't read all the documents clearly close enough to work out what had been proposed, but I think you've told us that it's the same as the last one. So I'm a bit disappointed, like I was last time, but I won't say any more. Faye, finally, connected with bus stops and the train station. And again, not absolutely sure how relevant this is, but what I've understood so far, that the bus stops are on the other side of Liddell. Now, clearly, at some point, we want bus stops in by the train station, and that's also going to be right for the residents of this scheme. So I'm just trying to check what is planned for buses and bus stops in the train station, which of course isn't part of this, but the residential bit is. So where are the residents going to go for their bus stops is sort of what I'm asking. And maybe as part of that, a very quick update on the station, the status of the station, just to remind us of that as well, to complete the picture. Thank you.
Okay, so I'm very aware of the Greenway, as you know from the meeting I attended with the committee and yourselves in Wellington a few months back. I think I'm at the forefront of trying to secure the Greenway. You know, they haven't laid a meter yet, so the provisions that we put in place at the outline stage went as far as I could at the time. So what that included, if I go back to the outline master plan, is the Greenway effectively will come along this wedge, hit this point, and then go into third-party land and go along the old canal bed towards Taunton. So there's a large area of third-party land in here. So all that this developer at the land promoter could provide was to sign up to a legal agreement to ensure unfettered access to the red line boundary in the event that access rights were achieved over the third party land. And the third party land extends into Lodge Copse, and then there's a railway tunnel goes under the railway to the north side. So there's a potential for a link to connect the south to north, north to south, but that is contingent on third party land. So what I've done is with the previous land promoter, and that's been followed through now with Bloor, is safeguard a route to the red line. In fact, Bloor have offered another route at this point here as well. We've got two options, but the northern one is still favoured because it's closest to the tunnel, and obviously the lesser amount of third party land we need, the more likelihood we're going to get it. So that was one provision. And then the Section 106 also secured £50,000 towards the Greenway project, but with a view, I should stress, it came with a small caveat, that is to resolve the land ownership issues, not towards wider project aims and costs. Because it has to be linked to this development, and therefore it has to facilitate a link to and from this development. It can't be spent the Taunton end of the Greenway, for example. So I think that was going above and beyond what was reasonable to safeguard that option. We maintain a dialogue, or we try to maintain a dialogue with Network Rail about how their footbridge may be used by the public for connectivity in the short, medium and long term. As a either or, we might get both, we might get neither, or we might get one. And then of course we've now got the development on the north side, which you're familiar with after the briefing I gave, which may bring the cycle link on the north side as part of that development to the tip. So as far as is reasonable for a development of these sizes, we will deliver bits of the Greenway project, but largely because it just makes sense from a connectivity point of view. To a certain extent, if it goes beyond Ninehead Road and towards Taunton, then fantastic. But my primary aim is to make sure these developments that I'm responsible for are as well linked as they possibly can be. So that's the Greenway side. And then as well as that sum, there was a sum of over 500,000 towards off-site cycle links towards the town centre direction. So this is primarily looking at the Taunton Road corridor towards the town centre to both link the development to the town centre, but also to link the town centre to the railway station and the railway station to the town centre. And remember, this is only 200 houses in outline. So to get, we obviously didn't get any affordable housing, but that was because we got land for a railway station, we got land for active travel, we got land for the Greenway, we got lots of other things that perhaps we wouldn't have got on a similar greenfield site elsewhere. So in terms of active travel, it does as much as it possibly can do, but it is reliant on the Greenway project unlocking some of the third-party land issues, and that will come as no surprise to you because that's what I said in the meeting, quite pointedly. With regard to bus stops for the railway station, so there's an issue here in terms of what the development requires. It's before us and was before us in outline. So the bus stops on Taunton Road are well within walking distance of all the homes. They provide good connectivity to the services. I think you've also got the long range bus service as well that stop here. So it's actually a good place for bus infrastructure. The issue we'll move on to when the station project re-emerges in earnest as to what does the public transport offer look like at the station itself. Will Network Rail facilitate a bus route going into the site to serve their station, or will they not? Because I don't think this developer is required to facilitate a bus service into the site. I think they've done their bit. They're delivering the road, they're delivering the land. Plus, a commercial bus service will take a view as to whether it is commercially viable to take a bus into a cul-de-sac and out. Those discussions are still to come as part of the station project. And with regard to the station project, Network Rail have remobilised their design team, and the council is seeking discussions with Network Rail about design and these very matters going forward.
Okay. Any others? Okay. Okay, well, it's been proposed by Stephen Pugsley and seconded by Derek. Would you please humour me, Simon, and put up the recommendation, just to make sure everybody's clear?
So this is the revised recommendation, subject to no adverse comments from the Highway Authority, LLFA, Network Rail, to include any conditions requested by those bodies or any subsequent plan or document insertions into condition 1. The whole decision to be delegated to the chair and the head of planning. These are revised conditions, revisions to plan additions in condition 1, deletion of the materials condition and the insertion of the air source heat pump PV plan, and alteration to condition 2 and additional informative 6.
Okay. Can I see those in favour of that recommendation, please? Oh, unanimous. Right. Okay, that's lovely. Thank you very much indeed. Zach.
Josh,
At last,
if we've extended the time, are we allowed to deal with
Extension doesn't start until 17 minutes past, so technically we can start and do the appeals.
okay, I will be very quick, don't worry. But I've waited seven and a quarter hours today for this. So very quickly, there's two appeals. The first one was at Clive Hayes Farm in Broad Street, Church Stanton. It was a prior approval application for a general purpose agricultural building. The officer refused prior approval on the basis he didn't feel it had been demonstrated that the building was reasonably necessary for the purposes of agriculture and would harm the national landscape in which it's set. It's interesting that the thing I wanted to point out, that the interesting point that the inspector made was that whilst well, there's two things really. He made it clear that within the General Permitted Development Order, there's no requirement the building must be intended to accommodate an existing agricultural activity, just that it's reasonably necessary for agricultural purposes. So you don't need to necessarily demonstrate there is an ongoing agricultural use of that land. He also felt that in terms of the impact on the national landscape, the building was of an appropriate scale, and there were others. It was on a shallow pitch field, and there are others in the area of a similar utilitarian agricultural design, and didn't feel it would harm the setting of the national landscape. I like this bit because it's helpful for us, because the inspectors also said that you only have to demonstrate that the building, for purposes of prior approval for agriculture, is reasonably necessary. And although the officer had questioned the size of the building, the inspector said even if a smaller building would suffice, that would be a question of absolutely necessary rather than the test which should be applied, which is reasonably necessary. So we were perhaps applying a slightly more stringent test than we should have been to that one. The other appeal is at 57 Summerland Avenue in Minehead. Just going to share it. So it was, permission's already been granted for 5 flats in this building. The application was to vary the condition to change the design, and the only change in the design was installation of this front-facing dormer. Now, front-facing dormer would always require planning permission in its own right. This is an interesting one because they were arguing that because there's one next door, and I'll just share the photograph of the street scene. They were arguing that because there's one next door, sorry, let me get this up. Here we go. So the property is this white rendered one on the right there. And they were arguing, the applicant was arguing that, the appellant was arguing that because there's a dormer window on the adjacent property, what they were doing was balancing up by using a very similar design. The crux of the matter was, although that is there and it's necessarily there, it is a de facto front dormer, we haven't got any evidence of it ever having been granted permission. And the inspector also, I don't know if it's lawful because we don't know when it was put up. That might be something for enforcement to look at, but that would be separate to this meeting. But the interesting thing is the inspector said, well, almost two wrongs don't make a right, just because you could balance it up. Basically, the inspector was saying that it would be a further intrusion into the street scene, which is not characteristic of that street. He also pointed out, or he or she, sorry, also pointed out that, it is a he, I think, also pointed out that the scheme already included removal of the chimney to this chimney to the right-hand side, and felt that
that actually bringing this in would actually fetter the character of the building in the wider street scene. It's an interesting one because I think it could have gone either way. An inspector may have just said, well, you know, you've already got that one. But yeah, I mean, it was, the appeal was dismissed and
Well,
they had applied
Not
for,
what it says here. It says it was approved, yeah.
no, the appeal was dismissed.
Yeah, approved, delegated to approved. Then you get, the next one, you get its cost decision. Yeah. Says it, conclusion, this, for the reasons outlined above, the contrary development, but.
Well,
yeah.
no, that's.
Yeah, so the decision was approved, is it? So our decision.
No, the appeal was dismissed. No, that's incorrect. The appeal, I've got the appeals printed in your agenda. The appeal was dismissed for the reasons I've pointed out, and the costs application against the council was also rejected. So I'm sorry if it says it was allowed in the agenda. I don't know why it would say that.
They've got the decision, but I think the point thing is the decision was approved. Therefore,
No, the
appeal-
decision,
was
no, the
not
decision
approved.
was not approved. The decision was
Not
dismissed.
approved.
Yes.
On page 155, it says at the top approved.
Yes, exactly. It's a mistake, Andrew.
Yeah,
Okay.
that's a problem that by whoever entered it into the agenda. I do apologise, but yeah, I've read the decision. It's very much a dismissal. So sorry if it for any, that would just be an admin error and we'll pick that up with the people who put together the agenda. We don't know because it would only be discussed if costs were allowed and then they'd put in their costs. I mean, I believe it was a written representations one, so it would have been the costs of putting in the appeal, writing an appeal statement. I mean, they didn't put in much.
Yeah, I know. I'm just interested
Yeah.
because costs
It could
are
be.
often weigh
No.
in our decision making.
Yeah, I mean,
Whether
it
they
could.
have to set out on their
No.
appeal, you owe us
For
£1,000.
for something like this, having worked in the private sector, they might have charged, I don't know, between 1,500 and £2,000 to put in the appeal, something like that. Right. Yeah, so yeah. Sorry for the confusion.
No, that's in the.
Yeah, I know.
I don't think it's yours, I think it's our fault. I think it's the way it's written in there.
Sorry.
Yeah. Oh no, but I think we had the bit at the top.
Okay, ladies and gentlemen,
Yeah,
thank you
we
very
had the
much for your
bit at the
attendance
top.
today.
We had this bit,
I'm
and the
going
planning
to close the
inspector
meeting.
starts there. So
Thank
one
you,
of our admin
and I'll see you
put
all
that in
in a
incorrectly.
month's time.
Yeah.
Does that
or
not
less.
mean that our decision to refuse the application has been approved?
No,
No, it doesn't mean that. It's not.
it should take dismissed.